Hello and welcome back to the Awakening Philosophy, a podcast. My name is Jed, and today we are in the Socrates and Jesus, a Dialogue in Heaven book. Hello, welcome Reeve. How's it going? How's your world? Socrates and Jesus, a Dialogue in Heaven text today. And we had a banger of an ep yesterday. Please check that out. Yesterday we slayed the devil. We defeated the evil devil. Put an end to him and his wily ways. Still not rich, still not famous, life is unfair. Tell me about it. So, well, of course, we're on the hunt for is there a actual justice behind the apparent justice of our physical world, showing us that life is unfair so long as we are able to perceive it at a level of reality free from our false beliefs about reality. That's the hunt. So speaking of fairness, the devil. How do we defeat him? By showing last time that problems are not caused by some supernatural sinister force, but rather false beliefs that we carry about ourselves that we're unaware of, and reality. False beliefs about self and reality are the cause of human problems. And the thing is, we do not suspect it. So the false beliefs about ourselves become the masks that we unknowingly wear. And these masks or self-images star in our dreams. They're the main character in our dreams. So through dream analysis, through reflecting on and understanding the messages in our dreams, we can come to become aware of the unsuspected masks we wear, and also the unsuspected false beliefs about self and reality that are behind it, that is behind it. And if that's the cause of all human problems, we've slayed the devil. Devil is dead now. Problems are not caused by some evil, sinister force that we have to shoot people to put an end to, or starve people, or genocide people, or enslave people to put an end to. Nope. It is a fundamental false belief about self and reality that all human beings get. So, if you solve problems through violence or punishment, you have to kill everyone. Of course, that's kind of the goal for Abrahamic religions, but that's an absurd way of dealing with problems. The best way of dealing with problems is to create the ideal conditions for self-reflection, guided through questions that follow an intelligible pattern called the dialectic or understanding. The skillful use of understanding to direct self-reflection to discover the origin of our false beliefs that we don't even know we carry. That's the cause of our ignorance and our problems. The greatest problems to the smallest inconveniences. And the best way of getting insights into that thing, that very thing that Socrates says we are here to solve, we're here to discover and answer that question, solve that puzzle, is through dreams. Now, this was our exploration of as we've seen how Paul misses the mark of Jesus, of Jesus' teachings, how does Plato miss the mark of Socrates? And one key area is dream analysis. Socrates talks about the significance of dream analysis, but Plato didn't write about it. So it's up to us to discover it ourselves. And dream analysis fundamentally or primarily gives you messages about your unsuspected false beliefs and shows you the tragic implications of not addressing that false belief. Living a life of ignorance. The tragic consequences that will play out in your life and your relationships. As well as giving you clues to track down that false belief, understand it, and dissolve it. Isn't that neat? Dreams also talk about our high experiences. You can have enlightenment experiences in dreams. However, we often ignore or dismiss them. We do not see the significance of those high states of mind and the role that these enlightenment experiences play in our own spiritual development. Therefore, dream analysis, the skillful reflection upon our dreams, skillful guided reflection upon our dreams, can draw your attention to those experiences that you've missed and also provide you an understanding of it. And under the ideal conditions, you can re-experience those high states of being. So you can have enlightenment experiences in dream analysis. However, now they come along with understanding. Therefore, a much better and more complete kind of meditation or yoga. Re-experiencing enlightenment states only now along with guided reflection and understanding. And of course, the story of Jesus in Mark shows you the tragic consequences of not understanding our enlightenment experiences. So, dreams help us in the most profound way to do what we're all here to do: discover our false beliefs about self and reality we get from childhood to solve our problems. Problems aren't sin. Problems aren't the devil. Problems are not solved by punishment or shooting people or genociding people or converting people. They are simply solved by this kind of self-reflection on the cause of our fundamental unsuspected beliefs about self and reality that dreams will always guide you to. So, super important to reflect on and understand our dreams. And dreams also do the other side of the game. When free of our blocking problems, we are free to develop what we had been formerly blocked from. That is, understanding and experiencing the highest states of self and reality. To know our mind as the mind, as eternity, as divinity. To be as immortal as any man can be. But also to understand that there are depths to that experience, and ultimately that experience is penultimate or second last. As our physical world is to that eternal world of being from which we get knowledge and with understanding wisdom, so too is that brilliant light of being that you can re-experience in dream analysis with understanding. So too is that to its cause. So there is a higher, more real, more fundamental, more profound dimension of self and reality beyond the experience of reality itself. Isn't that neat? Hit me up with some philosophy. You're in the right place. Stick around. So we slayed the devil by understanding the true cause of all human problems. And we also understood the rational, open to everyone, more complete spiritual yoga, dream analysis. Isn't that neat? Now, as we killed Socrates before he was able to write about dream analysis, and it was left to Plato, and of course, we do have stories of Achilles, the worst possible person, going through dream analysis, and the art that we learned about last time, philosophical midwifery, how to guide people through the process of giving birth to not to children, but to ideas, which includes judging whether or not those ideas are those enlightenment ones, those true ones, or are the ones we are here to surface and understand and jettison, get rid of, because they are unhealthy births, our false beliefs. So that highest, most profound, spiritual, philosophical, human art is called philosophical midwifery, done best in conjunction with dream analysis. Isn't that neat? I think it's super neat. What else did we do last time? We pointed out this is for everyone. Oh, yes. And because we killed Socrates, we have to do better next time. The next Socrates that emerges from our ranks, we have better done our job in this, addressing true philosophical midwifery, our false beliefs, and understanding the significance of knowing ourselves as mind and reality through understanding. The experience alone isn't good enough. You better understand it, so that when a new Socrates emerges to help all of us and turn this crazy world around, we don't kill him like we did Socrates. Where can I start if I want to learn some philosophy? Right here. Here's some kids that can subscribe to our YouTube channel. We have a backlog of all of the texts we've been reading, and we're in the middle of this, the most banger of all banger philosophy books, Jesus and Socrates, A Dialogue in Heaven. And if you join the Discord, you'll get a notification when we go live most days, and you can join along and read along with us in our live stream. And you can find a link to the PDFs of the texts we read below. I'm interested in Nietzsche. Well, here's the thing. Nietzsche isn't philosophy, and it might be worth reviewing this. True philosophy isn't opinions. Modern philosophy is following the tradition of Aristotle. So one of the key themes of this book is, just as Jesus didn't write his own teaching down, we were left to Paul and Mark. The four Gospels of Jesus really copy the same guy, Mark. Mark gives the story of Jesus. Matthew and Luke copy him, and John tries to save Paul. Paul is the other guy. He was a guy who liked to throw stones at Christians until they died. He was a real sadistic motherfucker. All of the teachings of Jesus that we understand as modern Christianity come from Paul. Jesus being the only Son of God, raising from the dead, you have to believe in him, the end of the world will come, all that kind of crap. Jesus said none of it. The story of Jesus in Mark emphasizes the role of understanding instead of belief. Paul emphasizes belief. So just as modern Christians follow not Jesus but Paul, which flips it, so too do modern philosophers follow Aristotle and not Socrates. Aristotle claims to speak for philosophy, claims to speak for Socrates, but he's a wolf in sheep's clothing. So this is fundamental. So one of the topics that Jesus and Socrates are talking about is, did we both drop the ball by not writing down our own teachings and leaving it to other people to interpret us? So, actual philosophy isn't about people. It's not about opinions, Nietzsche's opinions, Hegel's opinions, so on and so on. Real philosophy is using your mind to do two things. Number one, discover the false beliefs you carry about self and reality, that it's actually the cause of your problems. So note, religious people or belief-based people, people who think in terms of belief, are always going to be stuck in their conflict and stuck in their problems. Because beliefs cause problems. Beliefs are not true. Beliefs are just believing what someone else told you. Understanding solves problems. Our job as human beings is to free ourselves from belief-based thinking, Nietzsche's belief, Hegel's belief, but specifically your own unsuspected beliefs about self and reality that you get from your own earliest teachers, your parents. The masks you wear, the dramas you repeat in your life, the failures you suffer from, the limits in your relationships come from an unsuspected false belief. And belief-based thinking is caveman thinking. Before we had language and self-reflection, we would blindly obey our cave leader, our tribe leader, and think everything outside the cave was bad, everything inside the cave was good. This is the way of thinking of religious people, but also MAGA people and Nazi people. In other words, the human problems are caused by belief-based thinking. And belief has to reject understanding, because if you understand something, you don't have to believe someone else. And if your job is to blindly believe, there's no role for your own self-development and self-reflection. So the two fundamental things needed for our evolution and philosophy, ousia or self-reflection and logos or understanding. So our job is to reclaim that. And there are some balloons. So, philosophy involves basically two things. Midwifery, philosophical midwifery, to discover your own false beliefs that block you from your development, and once free of your beliefs, the dialectic, or reading philosophical texts that can help you develop your understanding. Because your understanding can be applied not to the physical world where we get opinions, but to a higher dimension called pure being, which is eternal. Not your mind or a mind, the mind. Know yourself as the mind. That experience is an enlightenment experience because you are directly beholding the brilliant light of being. That's called knowledge. But as we've been reading, having that experience through a near-death experience or a mushroom experience or a traumatic experience isn't enough. You've got to be able to make sense of that experience. Therefore, understanding is the best way of preparing yourself for that experience and then making sense of it after you've had that experience. And it's in that experience of knowledge that we know that we, with understanding, can recognize that we live in a understandable and caring or just cosmos or reality. And then we can use our understanding to reflect upon that experience and realize there must even be a cause to the highest experience of pure being. That's the movement from the experience of the good to the good itself. And Socrates in the book said, hey, by the way, I can summarize philosophy in one ratio or analogy. The cause of life, nurture, and development in our physical world, the sun, is to the brilliant light of pure being, as pure being is to the good itself. In other words, the enlightenment experience ain't the end. You're only halfway there. The story of Jesus is in Mark is someone who has that brilliant light experience but fails to understand it and tries to make sense of it according to his fundamental false beliefs from childhood. He then identifies as the son of David, plays out some steps in a prophecy, claims to be the king of Israel and so on, and then plays plays all of the stages in a tragic hero's journey, except in the tragic hero story, the tragic hero realizes right at his disastrous end, I should have reflected on something I refused to look at. Only Jesus didn't do that. So he lives the pathetic hero's tale. He says, God, why have you forsaken me? And of course, there is no actual resurrection story in Mark. The raising from the dead, Easter thing, that was added hundreds of years later by the church. So the story of Jesus in Mark is the story of the pathetic hero who has an enlightenment experience, not through understanding, or maybe through understanding, but fails to use understanding to make sense of it, and fails to look at his false beliefs. Whereas the Hellenic tradition, or true philosophy, or the teachings of Socrates, emphasizes the importance of developing understanding of that experience, to go into it in greater depth, to recognize the paradigm for truth, justice, and beauty. Therefore, every political leader, every spiritual leader should have an experience of this and an understanding of this, because within this experience you can see intelligence itself, or the logos, which is the understandable pattern of reality. You want to understand music? You are discovering the logos of music. It happens to follow the same patterns as everything else. That pattern is called the dialectic. So our problem in our world is we have fascists who think in terms of beliefs, and they identify with a group based on beliefs, like the Abrahamic religions, and they reject understanding and self-reflection, and they have to accept limits. Mormons only associate with Mormons. Mormons can't read Harry Potter. Mormons have to marry Mormons. These are limits you accept to get a feeling of sameness within a group, but you will always be in conflict because you don't actually feel the same. You actually look around at the other Mormons in your group and you feel different. You don't actually solve problems, so you still are sad. You realize you're limited, but you know that if you can free yourself from this group, you will have a freedom or limitlessness. So what are we doing? We are using the building blocks of understanding. Same, different, like, unlike, limit, limitless, rest, motion, to understand the state of being of believers. They are in conflict between these two things. They are supposed to be the same, but they're actually different. They're told if you accept these belief limitations and you just repeat what everyone else says in the group, you'll be like everyone else, but you really don't feel that way inside. So you're supposed to be like, but you look at these weirdos in your group and you think, I'm not really like them, I'm unlike. I accept these limitations, but I actually want freedom. So the state of being of a believer is one marked by perpetual conflict internally, and that manifests obviously in how they treat others. So we live in a world of conflict because it's run by believers, Abrahamic religious believers, Christianity, Judaism, Islam. But we all have fundamental beliefs from childhood that we're here to address. On the other side, so our evolution is to evolve from belief-based cognition from our caveman days. And by the way, this is what fascists make use of. MAGA says, everyone different from your family way of being is scary and bad. Fox News repeats that all day. The Browns, the immigrants, the women's, everyone different is bad. Now, obviously, Trump isn't Christian, but he knows that he can manipulate this way of thinking, so his base is Christian. Same with all of the other fascists. They manipulate group-based, belief-based thinking. Our job is to evolve from savages, belief, to sages, understanding. And what we're seeing is Socrates say, hey, one thing that Plato missed, and therefore we have to rediscover, ideally by reading this text, is dream analysis. Because dreams are messages, is a line of communication from your spiritual guide, your dream master, the dream master, to help you do those very two things. Free yourself from belief and develop your understanding. That's it. That's the whole game. Beliefs cause problems, understanding fixes problems, and can reach your highest excellence. An excellence that can help you not only free yourself from the chains of suffering and problems, but also free yourself from the prison of reincarnation. In other words, complete your work here. The issue is that the modern progressive parties, they may say, well, I'm not a MAGA, I'm not a religious nutjob, I'm leaving these belief-based groups that are limited. But the issue is, the teachings from that upbringing, from that culture, still remain. In other words, fundamentally, beliefs and groups have to deny your understanding to have belief and your self-reflection to be the same as everyone else. And it's ousia or self-reflection with logos or understanding. Ousia and logos are the real terms, but we have to borrow them from the Greek. So their closest equivalent is understanding and self-reflection. These are what's needed to turn completely about on mind, ousia, and know reality itself as eternity, but also through understanding recognize that there is an understandable order that is the cause of the order in the cosmos. Therefore, if you leave beliefs without developing ousia and logos in philosophy, you can't make universal claims. So the Democrats, they don't say, hey, this is always right and this is what's always wrong. They can't make moral and ethical universal judgments. They say, well, who's to say what's right and wrong? Maybe we should compromise with the fascists. Maybe a little bit of wealth inequality is fine. Maybe a little bit of slavery. Who's to say that the Jews shouldn't genocide the Palestinians? They fall into a mass of particulars. They lack a paradigm of understanding, and unless our species can align our laws with the laws of the cosmos, we go extinct. And that's our current world. We are seeing the implications of belief-based thinking in our world. Our world is ruled by believers, and Abrahamic believers especially, and the significance of not demanding understanding of the universal paradigm and universal principles that apply to everyone in every single leadership position in politics or spirituality. Anything goes way of thinking. And of course, this anything goes way of thinking is modern philosophy. Who's to say if Aristotle or Nietzsche or Hegel is right? Fuck off, we are to say. Or rather, it's not a who question, it's a what question. The what that says that this is stupid is reality, truth, understanding. Because that's just a bunch of opinions. And opinions or beliefs are not true. We want understanding. And the thing about understanding is you can verify that understanding in direct experience of reality. That's called an enlightenment experience, or the experience of mind knowing itself as the mind. Or, keyword for today, your mind participating in the mind. You join with it. You know yourself as ultimate reality. Self knowing itself as the highest experience. And it's from that we can derive the universal paradigms and principles for everything, including understanding. So these building blocks that we're using to guide our dialogue and to guide thinking, whole, part, same, different, like, unlike, they exist eternally as aspects of being. So what? So, if we can uncover from this text a way of unpacking the meaning of our dreams, we can awaken ourselves to the understandable, intelligible care or providence of reality itself. It's through our dreams that the Dream Master communicates to us for our greatest benefit. So we have to see if we can derive from this text what would be involved in dream analysis. Now, before we do our review, I wrote a little review already. Let me read it out. So, we saw last time that we defeated Satan by understanding the cause of human problems, unsuspected beliefs, and we defeated all of the evil priests and clergies and imams and rabbis and popes and cult leaders and so on and so on and so on by saying, hey, we don't need to blindly obey you and give you all of our money and believe your bullshit. We can understand the nature of reality ourselves and experience it. We don't have to wait till we die and then pray. And in fact, we can understand that the highest term is the one, or the self. And by talking about the highest term as the self and not God, you don't have to believe. You can make a story about God meaning being above your comprehension and therefore you have to believe us. But if it's the self, you can't play that game anymore. You can't fuck with us anymore. Because the self is immediate. You are the self. You don't have to believe you have a self. So, if dreams do all that, and we get several dreams every night, it's our job to unpack how its language. And we do that through analogy. Dreams are not literal, but there are images, symbols, metaphors, similes, and states of drama that have an analogical equivalent. Our job is to drop the particulars, the literal, and raise our thinking to meaning through analogy. What does this image represent? What does this state of mind represent? And fill out the analogies. That's also how we read Plato. In fact, that's also how we read full stop. We look for analogies and we expand them out and we fill in the missing parts. That's learning. So what have we so far discovered about how to unpack through analogy the meaning of dreams? Let me read what I've written. We have been reading in stream in the Socrates and Jesus, A Dialogue in Heaven book. Socrates telling us to look for certain things in our dreams. 1. A parallel between the drama in the dream and the drama you play out in your everyday life. Can you see a parallel? 2. An image or symbol representing the idea of the self that you might be carrying and identifying with. Images or symbols representing the image of the self or the idea of the self, the unsuspected masks we wear. 3. A connection between the unfolding of the drama. What was your goal? Was it a success or failure? Was there a turning point? And that self-image. Is the drama and those parts of the drama some sort of unfolding of what's inherent to that self-image, and therefore a message about that self-image? 4. High and low states of mind within that drama. So these are things we look for. Parallel. An image or symbol of yourself, of the image of the self. Connection between that image and the drama. Within that drama, high or low states of mind. The high states of mind you can unpack. The high states of mind may be unsuspected enlightenment states that can be seen when dwelt upon and explored with skill. We want to learn that skill. These high states have a meaning that you can understand in terms of your spiritual growth. And in particular, your desire to read and master the kinds of texts we read here. To read and master these books is essential in our spiritual growth. And as you grow in that, you'll have enlightenment states along the way that you might ignore or dismiss, that through dream analysis you can have your attention brought to. The low states, number 5, may be key to the problem or puzzle that we are all here to solve. For, here's a quote, "These messages in our dreams repeat the theme that in accepting a fundamentally flawed idea of reality, we suffer terrible consequences." That's the cause of our problem and our suffering, and the terrible consequences if we do not address it. Therefore, the meaning of life for everyone. 6. These low states of mind, along with the understanding of those other elements we mentioned, and it's the role that these low states of mind play in the drama, and its connection to our self-image, can be seen as playing a role in your present, binding you to a tragic future, and can be traced through our past. When traced through our past, we can discover the origin of that self-image from an early scene. It was in this scene that we took the blame for an injustice suffered against the self. And we took the blame to save an image of a loved one and parental figure. Our job is to find that early scene and address it fairly, with the understanding we've been learning along the way. And this blinds us from our problems. This blindness is called having and being possessed by one's problem. A problem is a false belief about oneself that is assumed to be true by the believer. These false beliefs were concluded from early life experiences when the child exhibited a sense of freedom and openness. And it was in that freedom and openness that they violated the boundaries of the family clan identity. Back to the caveman clans, tribalism. Belief-based, accepting a limitation. And that limitation is your own openness and freedom. Therefore, within our individual human lives, we play out the entirety of human evolution. From accepting the limitation to our openness, freedom, and self-reflection and understanding, accepting a limit of that, just as before we had evolved into that, we would accept the limitations of blindly obeying tribe leader of our cave and vilifying everything different. So too, racism, sexism, Nazism. They're all everything different to my family clan way of being is bad. But also, as belief doesn't have a mark, believers have to inflict cruelty or genocide or death upon other non-believers, people different from our family, and take that sadistic feeling of crushing what people love as what it means to be a believer. Because true knowledge and true understanding has a state of mind. Belief doesn't. So we're essentially evolving from our caveman origins to our sage-like excellence, going through human evolution within an individual's lifetime. Because we begin with pathologos, a fundamental false belief that we get when we were open and free and therefore violated the family clan rules. We take the blame, we get a false image, we get a role within a belief or within a group, we accept belief of what's false for our development of understanding to find what's true. We become zombie caveman savages. Every one of us. Therefore, through dream analysis and the art of philosophical midwifery, we can revert upon that, ousia, understand it, logos, free ourselves from it. Overcome our internal conflict, our injustice within, and our unjust actions without, in the world, become a good person. And use that freedom from problems to develop our understanding further to our highest excellence or our purpose. Also, Socrates is saying this is a continuous communication, and the act of unpacking these elements of our dreams using analogy is the very act of developing understanding, which we are here to do, along with solving that pathologos puzzle. Meaning, if we do our best to do these things, we are learning and growing. And because it is a continuous relationship with the mind through dream analysis, if you do your best to conclude and make hypotheses, conclusions, and carry them in your if sack, in your inventory as you go about your day, and you do your best to risk these hypotheses, these conclusions, to test them as you apply them as you continue to seek your highest goals with excellence. It's not about being right first time, doing your best to understand your dreams, conclude and test the conclusions, then dreams will work with you. It's not about getting it right first time, it's about doing our best and opening that line of communication and spiritual guidance from your spiritual guide, the mind itself, through dreams. How cool is that? So, let's jump in and continue reading. Here is the book. Let's start from here. Let's go for a quick review. This is for the whole of man, not just a part. It's not just for a few of us, it's for all of us. Therefore, the meaning of life, or the destiny of humanity, or all sentient beings, the destiny for all, the highest purpose, the reason we are here. Let me press this button. Okay, the problem with belief is you have to substitute something else, sacrificing something you love, killing non-believers, going on crusades, converting other people, and you link that feeling to what it means to be a knower. Whereas true knowing and understanding has its own states of mind, feeling states. Okay, and some people have had a glimpse of being and they think that they have knowledge. Not enough. Some traumatic event or accident or near-death experience or mushroom experience might give you a glimpse of what is our soul beyond our physical state, but without the preparation of philosophy, it's only a glimpse. And of course, we have that pathetic tale of Jesus, who tried to make sense of it through belief. Okay, the Hellenes. Oh, and by the way, as we continue on this journey, as the spiritual door has been opened, if we genuinely apply ourselves to this quest, many spiritual powers can become available to us. And then he talks about the Tibetan practice of humos. Deep diaphragm breathing that can generate heat to the point where you can walk barefoot through the snow like Socrates did. and also standing in one spot in meditation for 24 hours, and having prophetic powers, like the oracle. But of course, Plato didn't talk about any of these things, so Plato dropped the ball, but it's our job to rediscover it and do our best to share it with each other as we continue to learn. Also, there's an inner spiritual voice that guides us in our path of wisdom. Whereas many men live with many different voices screaming at each other and one another and others. So many people are captured by the voice of our pathologos, internal voice of our parents, voice of early figures, causing conflict, inner critic, but also outer critic. That's what we project on others. You're just like that, and I hate you. And my way of dealing with you is doing it as well. So every accusation is a confession from those stuck in their problem. They're projecting their own conflict. And ironically, their way of addressing that conflict is trying to do it back. So it becomes a cycle of violence and revenge, conflict. So Plato didn't reach Socrates' level because while Socrates did say that the good itself is the cause of and beyond the luminous light of being, or the idea of the good, he offers no insight into the passageway from the idea of the good or the experience of self to the self. But he does say that, hey, when you reach that idea of the good, that's also beauty itself and the culmination of the yoga of love in the symposium. But you have to develop from that with logos to reach true human excellence and become immortal and a friend of the gods. But he doesn't say how to do that. It's up to us to figure out what would it be. Apply logos and understanding to even the highest culmination of beauty and the highest culmination of a truly loving relationship and true intimacy. Because true loving and intimacy can bring both people up to that kind of divine union, not only together, but with mind itself, beauty itself, from which true human excellence can be developed. But Plato didn't write about it. So by this teaching and practice, one can bring to birth the kind of excellence that truly brings you to be a friend of the divine and immortal if any man is. But there are also dangers along the way, thus the need to be listening to our dreams and doing midwifery on our belief. Belief in dreams makes fools of us. No, that's the chorus. They're the haters. But that's an important distinction. As we learn this, we will have a voice, those conflicting voices like the chorus saying, hey, beliefs in dreams, nah, garbage. Understanding dreams, no, it's just leftover debris from our past. It's just synapses firing. It's just chemicals squirting. There's no ultimate. There's no ultimate understanding and ultimate development and ultimate wisdom. Shut up with all that. Don't talk about their mind. There is no such thing. It's just a physical brain. Materialism, Aristotelianism, and Nietzscheism, and all of the other modern philosophers. There is no ultimate mind. It's just a physical brain. Which, of course, is what we can expect from anyone not going through philosophical midwifery on our false beliefs. Because our false beliefs block logos, block ultimate. So, of course, the moderns think this way. But by the way, it's a fear of the mind that drives that objection. Our fear of the mind and our fear of rationality or understanding. Put your fear of being fooled aside. The fool fears his being a fool, and that keeps him foolish. Man's problems, all of them, are the effect of induced ignorance. but it can be understood and solved through the exploring of our inner life of dreams. Socrates goes on to say, the problems one acts out in life are the subjects of one's dreams. And behind every problem is a false belief about the self and the nature of reality. So isn't it curious that our job is to experience and understand reality, and then beyond that, the self? So those two higher goals, reality being the self, its cause, we want to experience knowledge and understand, and together have wisdom of, but these things have a shadow in the physical world. Beliefs, images. It's the belief about these two things that's the cause of our problems, which tells us that our soul is seeking our spiritual excellence so much that it's literally the cause of problems. If we weren't seeking self and reality, we couldn't be duped by the false shadows, the false appearances of those things. In other words, there has to be that place in the soul for self and reality for the pretenders to the throne to come and sit down on. That blind loyalty to Trump or Netanyahu or to your favorite Twitch streamer who isn't me, Asmongold, is just the misuse of the good soul function to seek always the truth of self and reality, such that when people appear to be true and noble, they take the place. They're the pretenders on the throne of the soul. In other words, we're all master meditators. We just have the wrong subjects of focus. Behind every problem is a false belief of the self and the nature of reality. With the surfacing of the roots of these false beliefs, they fall away. Once we understand where they come from and how they work, they're gone. The roots of the most vivacious problems, or even the minor irritations one can ignore, are always having been deceived into believing something false. Ignorance is not a natural product of life. It's always the result of having been persuaded, scammed, tricked, conned, drifted to, of something false. Ignorance is learned, since its source is always a false idea of the self. And we see that playing out in our modern world, don't we? People earning the most bucks, earning the most YouTube recommendations are the grifters, the people persuading people of what's good, who are lying about what's true about self and reality. The right wing. The right wing, there is no right wing political party. It's simply the pathologos party. And equally so, we can say, for the progressive or left to be doing their job, they better be mastering the logos ousia, because that's where you get the paradigm of truth. That's actual progression, if you want to be progressive. Oh, and you better understand how to apply that understanding to solve false beliefs. Otherwise, you will always have Nazis. So you better be in this game. Everyone. That's what we're here for. By the way, this is the entire story of Achilles. The worst person who can free himself from his bonds of ignorance and his ruinous wrath and have an enlightenment experience, and then go on to develop excellence from that enlightenment experience through midwifery and dream analysis. And that whole Trojan War was to illustrate this, says the story. The whole thing, the lesson of that war was to show how the worst of men, Achilles, could turn about and become a godlike hero among us. It's through that learning we become superior to those ignorant of these teachings. There's no, by the way, in that state of truth, of reality, there's nothing else in that state. can't coexist with anything other than itself, meaning you cannot introduce sin or evil or Satan. If it's pure goodness of reality, you can't introduce these false ideas of an evil, sinister force. Equally so we've slain Satan. We've understood problems, and then we've shown that in truth, they don't exist. They can't exist in the brilliant light of being. Equally so, punishing someone for believing something false is stupid. Punishment is stupid because it doesn't change the belief. If all problems are caused by belief, you reflect on the belief through questions, dialectic, self-reflection, understanding. That's how you change beliefs and solve problems. Simple. So what's the role for punishment? No role. Cut it out. A God that punishes is no God at all. Because man's true goal is to see that his problems spring from nothing else than having taken the appearance of truth, of what appears noble and true, as if it is what is real and true. In other words, it's the appearance of virtue behind every act of vice. So we've been talking about through this text the importance of finding someone open and generous and loving understanding to talk to share your insights, to share your highest vision, to share your understanding, and practice the art of dialectic and midwifery. Because it's with sharing our vision and understanding with others, let's get rid of these guys off the screen, that we perfect our own understanding and vision. In other words, passing it on is part of the process of learning, a necessary part, being a mean analogy yourself. But now we've got the role of dreams. So not only do we hunt down these best of people with good hearts and good minds to talk with and share a coffee with, cheers, but to reflect on the dreams we have every night with. Imagine that every morning over breakfast or over coffee. So we've supercharged our spiritual development by adding dream analysis. What was normally philosophical midwifery on our problems, our everyday problems, to surface the clues, to trace it back through our past, to put it together and discover the unsuspected false belief, to free ourselves from our ignorance. And that other kind of dialogue on your texts that you've been reading, your highest vision and understanding of the logos-based texts, to perfect your understanding, to have higher visions of reality and talk about that. But that was formerly what we talk about, our highest and our lowest, our understanding and knowledge, and our beliefs and ignorance. But now, because our dreams that we have every night know more about these two things than we do. They know all about you, your beginning, your end, all your problems and your highest goals. And it's constantly giving you these dreams to give you clues and guidance on how to do those two things. And by finding these wonderful people out in the world and adding dreams to our conversation, we've supercharged our development. We've gone from a slow-moving paladin class to a fast-moving rogue class, or a thief class, or a ranger class. Move quickly like a thief, as Socrates says. You've added a nitrous button into the V8 of your conversations. The philosophy stresses the role of mind turning reflectively upon itself to uncover the false beliefs of the self as the primary force opposing the illusions and delusions of mankind. Pausing the illusions and delusions of mankind. Okay. Jesus has a question, but what are you saying, that there's a state beyond the highest state? How can there be? Because there can be nothing higher than that experience of divine luminosity. For that experience is the presence of the very nature of God. Socrates says, hey, let's first, does everything have a cause? Yeah, surely as the sun rises in the morning. Does even that experience of the sun shining upon us have a cause? Yes. Then, if that's an example or demonstration of the principle or definition that everything has a cause, then we can divide it into what we're talking about here. Therefore, the experience of divine luminosity, that we also call the most brilliant light of being, must also have a cause. And as a cause is always higher and has a greater status than its effect, then the cause of that luminosity must be greater and more profound. And if you want to call it the presence, you're experiencing the manifestation of God, then it's not God itself. And by the way, let's clear up our language. I'm using your language that you're familiar with. Let's use the right words. It's a manifestation or experience of the self, or the one self. Therefore, it's not the self. It's an experience of the self, therefore the self itself is greater and more profound, giving us that three terminology. The sun is to being as being is to the self. Which is an example of using the dialectic in a conversation with an open-minded guy to benefit his soul and his development. And by the way, even if that divine luminosity, the truth of reality, mind itself, is the image of the self, then the image stands as an appearance to reality, and the image of the truth is always false. So therefore the image of the divine is only an appearance and lacks the true presence. In other words, even in this divine luminosity, don't mistake it as for you. Like the Taoists do, that's the highest state. They think that's the self. Even that's an appearance. Even that's not real. Keep going. Therefore, the idea of God or self is less than... Oh, okay. And by the way, let's use the word self because you can say that God can be beyond any idea, so you have to just believe it. But the idea of self isn't remote. It's a necessary idea for existence. So with God, one needs belief, but there's no need for belief about whether or not you have a self. So the maxim of the Hellenic tradition, know thyself. Do you know the self as the creator of all, the source of all? And nothing can be said of it that doesn't diminish it, because it's beyond all description. It's the cause of all description. Know thyself is much better than know God, because you can say, oh, you have to believe it. It doesn't apply for the self. So we've slain belief by replacing the word God with self. Know thyself. And our method of understanding these things, the dialectic, and Socrates says, I learned that from my teacher Parmenides. And we have a series on YouTube, the Introduction to Parmenides, where we read that conversation and we puzzle the pieces together. And I recommend, if you're interested, you read along with that and invest some time, have some fun with me on that channel, on that playlist, and learn where the dialectic comes from and make it your own. Parmenides laid out his dialectical method to reach truth, and it was he who established a rational model of reasoning, so that one can understand the self and the logos. It's through mind we can know the mind, and in coming to know the mind, we can grasp the need to say to one another that the self is the source of mind's profundity and can be trusted to guide our spiritual journey. On reaching the mind, we get the paradigm for justice and beauty in our world. We must demand of every spiritual and political leader so that we can align our human laws with the laws of the cosmos, the logos. But that's just mind. It's still the image of self. Because self has to have mind. If this is pure consciousness, what has the consciousness? Therefore, physical world of becoming is to mind as mind is to self. And it's self causes the profundity. It's the cause of mind. And so self is our guide, which is neat because it's the highest, most transcendent term, but it's also the most intimate and immediate. It's the most direct. That's the cosmic joke, irony, punchline. When you recognize the ultimate beyond all reality and the cause of reality, it's always been you the whole time. The self. Is that interesting? Isn't that kind of neat? The communications from the mind have that sole purpose. The messages in our dreams repeat the theme that in accepting a fundamentally flawed idea of reality, we suffer terrible consequences. So to be deceived is a deception. We're not bad, we were just tricked. And ignorant of the meaning of these messages brings misfortune. Do not accept your deception. Reflect on your fundamental beliefs. No one would consciously choose to believe in the false images of reality if they were shown what is true. Now, the drama of our dreams. The drama of dreams presents an image or symbol of the self that is the root cause of our unsuspected problems. The drama of the dream captures a vivid presentation of the drama of our problems. It's the task to turn the vision of man around from his unsuspected beliefs about himself and reality, turn around from that to the mystery of existence. The blindness is called having been possessed by one's problem. The problem is a false belief about oneself that is assumed to be true by the believer. The false belief's existence is entirely unsuspected, and it takes on the character as being obviously true. So you get butthurt. What are you talking about? And confused. What? This evidence and reason is confusing me. It's obvious. It's common sense. These beliefs about myself and reality as causing my conflict inwardly and outwardly, causing my problems and injustice. It's obvious. It's just common sense. So the conservatives or the pathologos party that don't talk about virtue, they don't talk about helping anyone, they don't talk about establishing laws that reflect reality, that are universal for all, equal for all, to solve human problems and reach excellence, to give everyone a house, to give everyone food, to give everyone, or to make it so everyone has equal, not billionaires, inequality, not prisons and slavery. They never ever run on that. They only run on breaking, not making. We want to build a wall. We want to deport the immigrants. We want to kill the blacks. We want to invade the Iraqis. We want to genocide the Palestinians. We want to hurt people. And in hurting people, you substitute that for what it means to be a strong knower. Because belief doesn't have a feeling, and belief can't solve problems or make good things. Understanding can. So it can only destroy and hurt. That's the right wing, the party of actively hurting people and embracing the worst of human characteristics, vice, and pretending it's virtue. That's why Trump never has any policies on how to help people. He's just scamming. And so long as he says, well, you get to put on an ice jacket and beat up brown people and kill brown people, then the believers who've embraced their pathologos won't give a shit. They'll always support him. Same with Netanyahu. So long as he's giving the Jewish people Palestinian children to shoot, they're not going to challenge him. Because there is no right-wing political party. It's not a fucking political party. It's the pathologos. That's it. A political party is supposed to establish universal principles that apply to all people, that will always work, universal, and always be good, beneficial, to align with the paradigm of reality itself. There's only the left wing. That's the only thing, the left wing. There should be only one party. Just like there's not political parties in medicine. We are the surgeons that believe in the medical model. That we are the surgeons that believe that women don't get medical treatment. No, never. It's not a thing. There's no pilots that are right wing and pilots are left wing. No, it's just understanding how to fly a fucking plane. That's our job. To become rational and mature is to insist on understanding of the universal pattern of the logos in this experience, along with dianoia understanding, for every single political leader. That's their job. Their job is to help everyone and align humanity with the cosmos. That's it. It's not a second thing. And to enrich yourself, and to help corporations, and to protect billionaires, and to invade the Holy Land. No, none of that. There's only one job. Same thing with spiritual gurus. Only one job. To use wisdom, dianoia, and knowledge through the art of the dialectic, to ask questions to help the mind reflect on their false beliefs, to free them from their suffering, and help them master this kind of a text, to prepare their own understanding for a vision of reality, and to guide them through these questions to understand that vision, and then ask them these questions about its cause, to know the self. That's it. It's not how well you can sweep up at the ashram, or how well you can cook rice at the synagogue, or at the temple. That's it. Therefore, there can't be a right-wing political party. It's just the pathologos. That's it. Group-based identification based on hurting and killing people as a mark of what it means to be a believer, which is from our caveman, zombie, savage roots. That's why Trump is so comically unjust, and yet the chosen one from the American Christians, who are Pauline. And the question Socrates asks is, how come Christians don't realize that Paul is fucked? That's not the teachings of Jesus at all. It's the exact opposite. And this Armageddon that the Christians are seeking, so when Jesus comes back, was supposed to happen in Paul's lifetime. Socrates says, how can people be so stupid? And Jesus didn't answer the question in the book, because the answer is, belief means you're stupid. Belief means you sacrifice understanding and reflection. That's what it means to be a believer. Beliefs are bad. Beliefs are the cause of all fucking problems. They're not neutral. They're objectively, by definition, caveman, harm-causing, cognitive function. If you came into a surgeon's office with evidence that you're missing an arm, and the surgeon says, well, I don't believe in evidence and reason, like the Republicans do, and put on a fake folksy accent, well, dang on my mama said that, a lick of molasses will bring the horses round after dusk. Therefore, all that fancy evidence and reason, I don't believe in that. I believe in common sense. So I choose my alternative truth. That's fake news. To be blocked from evidence and reason as a surgeon, you would lose your job immediately. The nurses would say, "Stop him now, call the authorities." Same thing with a pilot. The evidence says there's already a plane on the tarmac. Well, I don't believe that. I believe in my own beliefs. I believe in the Bible. I'm going to land the plane anyway. You would crash. Well, hopefully the co-pilot would grab you, tackle you, call for assistance, tie you up, and so fly and then land the plane himself. That's literally what we have to do for the fascists, Republicans, who are not doing their job. They're blocked from evidence and reason, be bound by a belief that play out the imitation of the same cruelty they suffered from childhood. And they know it. Look at this grin on Netanyahu's face when he lies, and he fucking knows he's lying. He's a child. Learned to manipulate his parents in a certain way. Learnt from his parents. Similar enough to the parents of other Israeli Jews or Jewish people in that culture, that they think, oh yeah, he's just like my parents, and we've been taught not to question from childhood. And therefore, there is no right-wing party. There's just the Logos party, and the progressives are close. Some of them are either still believers, wolves in sheep's clothing, or they've left belief without learning Usia and Logos, so now that they have no principles. Nothing. Nancy Pelosi does insider trading. No principles there. They all take money from lobbyists, bribers. No principles there. Therefore, they lack the paradigm, the Logos, for rulership, for justice. And that's what we are as well. As above, so below. The significance of the brilliant light of being with understanding gives us the paradigm or model to rule our own souls. The standard that we can rub against our false beliefs to know that they're false. And also the ground from which we can move beyond to true human excellence. It's not the final spot, but it is important. So, and dreams know this whole thing. That like our caveman roots, like the fascist pathologos party, like all religious groups, belief, cause of problems, rejection of understanding and reflection. We too concluded from early life experiences when we exhibited a sense of freedom and openness which violated the boundaries of the family clan identity. It's then that we were imposed in a scam from an unjust action, false beliefs about ourselves and reality that we currently do not suspect and we take as obvious or common sense. For the child had to accept the false as true. For the child to accept the false as true requires the parental figures to appear knowing, caring, and sincere, or it would not have been believed. So dreams have high and low states of mind. The high are profound states that are often ignored or dismissed by dreamers. If we dwell upon them and we explore them with skill, there's our dialectic, in conversations with people that are on the same page, good people, good heart and mind. Get yourself a girl who has both. It's possible for the dreamer to realize the depth and profound nature of these states of mind. And in the ideal conditions, it's very possible for the dreamer to be brought to realize that they are experiencing different stages of enlightenment. Among such experiences are those enlightenment experiences of the most brilliant light of being, or the idea of the good, the different stages leading up to that high stage of enlightenment. There's many enlightenment stages or stages of enlightenment up to that point. The analysis of the dream not only can bring this to light, but the dreamer can be brought to experience that state within the dream analysis itself. Indeed, this is a higher order than any other spiritual practice or yoga or meditation, because it also includes a deep understanding along with it. In that skillful reflection, you are gaining understanding. By being guided by your dream master, you are using the highest knowledge and understanding, as well as re-experiencing it. Therefore, understanding and reflection with the understanding of the dream master plus the experience makes it a higher order of spiritual practice. So here we have ultimate spiritual practice. Dream analysis. Remarkable, says Jesus. What do you call this? We call this philosophical midwifery. So we have been saying, just as there are 4 categories of the dialectic: definition, demonstration, division, and conclusion. And this is the paradigm for everything rational, because it's the structure of the logos. So too are there 4 categories of understanding. In philodianoia, the new way of being and art for mankind, we were saying there are also the true, or let's say definition. There is philosophy, which is the dialectic applied to the truth. To the truth of self and reality. And we get that from reading and mastering Plato, Platonic text. Now we have to fill in some of the gaps, because Socrates is saying something that in these dialogues that Plato can't flesh out, so we have to fill in some of the gaps. That's okay. Demonstration, we've been saying philosophical midwifery, which is the same dialectic applied to what's false about self and reality. And we learn that the philosophical midwifery book. And philosophical midwifery talks. Reflecting on the problems that we're having. Now, I guess this next stage would be division, wouldn't it? Division, dream analysis, dialectic applied to dreams, to address both, for both true and false, or for guidance in our midwifery and philosophy reading. Yeah, just say philosophy, that's fine. And then conclusion, what do you do at the end of that? conclusion, you share it, or mythology. Sharing and applying in myths and dialogues to benefit others and at the same time perfect your own, from the text, vision, understanding, and functioning. Giving us 4 aspects reflecting what's true, what's false, what's both, and what's sharing it. Or definition, demonstration, division, conclusion, aligning with the categories of the dialectic, the 4 kinds of applications of the dialectic. Sharing and applying through dialectic. Make sure your myths and your conversations are also through the dialectic. They're all the dialectic. It's dialectic all the way down, folks. But what Socrates is saying is you can actually give the name philosophical midwifery to all of them. Because dream analysis most often is used to reflect on what's false. But as we read in the Orange Book, well, you also in dreams have, well, the higher functioning of dream analysis also leads you into philosophy, and dreams are of both. So there's 2 ways of understanding the word philosophical midwifery. As this aspect, the dialectic applied to false, but the way Socrates is using it is, hey, actually you can say the whole thing. Philosophical philodianoia, Socrates can call that philosophical midwifery too. Because in the strict sense, Socrates says, hey, the analogy I'm using to my mother's art as a midwife of babies, she can give birth to both healthy babies, what's true, philosophy, and a different color. What color? Yellow. And you can give birth to sick babies that can't survive, or false beliefs. And the best way of doing this is to be guided by dream analysis. And if you are sharing them in conversations with others, then you're effectively being a midwife at whatever level you're at with the other person. So, there's technically 2 ways of using the words midwifery. Generally, as the way Socrates is using it as an analogy to his mother's art, which applies to all 4 aspects of philodianoia, the new way of being an art for mankind. We don't have to express ourselves through hatred and destruction and belief and vice, or beliefs and groups bound by and identified with beliefs, MAGA and Zionism and all that shit. We don't need tribalism, belief, caveman shit anymore. There's a new way of being that we can all share in, for all of us, as we read today. It's for the whole of mankind, not just a part. Philodianoia or philosophical midwifery. Is that neat? Necessarily, by definition. We're not going to turn this ship around, our soul or our species, unless we fucking learn how to solve problems. That's midwifery. And what happens if we don't have an understanding of the true paradigm of principles? like the left wing, current left wing, then the fascists take over. It's no coincidence that it's all of the right wing content being pushed on everyone in YouTube. It's no coincidence that someone who's actively harming everyone is getting all of the votes in America from those very people he's harming. It's no coincidence that the people who own all the television networks and all the industries and all the oil companies and Amazon and Facebook and Tesla are all actively trying to harm people. If you don't have philosophy to establish the principle, the people who haven't addressed their false beliefs will take fucking advantage of everyone and kill everyone and steal from everyone and end our species. Therefore, we need this paradigm of philosophy for the truth that we can establish for everyone. Not a little bit of fascism. Oh, let's compromise with the fascists. Let's let a little bit of genocide. Let's leave the children starve for a few years. No, it's not going to work. Can't work. Equally so, we need this to solve problems. And we're not going to do either of those two things unless we listen to our dreams. That's fundamental. And if we're not sharing it, then we can't spread the good word. In other words, this is a way of being that's necessary by definition. It's not an opinion or a belief or a political party. It's just the truth of human evolution. It's just that simple. And it's all a dialectic, applied to what's true, what's false, what's both, and sharing it. That's it. And Socrates is using the name philosophical midwifery as the method true philosophers use to overcome ignorance and to gain wisdom that enlightens every man. So he's applying it to both. Midwifery offers the paradigm for understanding human problems as the way to the perfection of the soul. And it is through it that we discover that we can confirm for ourselves that we're not alone. Those promises that religious people say, hey, if you join MAGA, you won't be alone. And if you join our Abrahamic religions, we'll say, we forgive you, and then you can be absolved of the guilt of having problems. Doesn't work, ever. Because it doesn't solve problems, because it's midwifery that offers the paradigm for solving problems. And it doesn't absolve your feeling of loneliness and being a part of a big group, even though you're chanting praise Jesus in a mega church. You don't actually feel connected to a whole. You can play along for a while, but you feel conflicted. Because it's midwifery that allows you to understand and confirm indirect experience that you're not alone. We live in a caring, paternally loving, understandable cosmos that is you. It's the self, and the cosmos is mind itself. That's necessary to get over our feeling of being estranged or alone. The two promises of religion, you won't be estranged and you won't have guilt, can only come with philosophical midwifery. Again, we need to establish as a way of being. Otherwise, just like the left, need to establish the actual paradigm of principles. Otherwise, the fascists will come in with their fascist shit and take over. Equally so, we need to establish philosophical midwifery as the new way of being for all of humanity. Otherwise, the religions will come in and take over, marked by a rejection of understanding and scams and lies, keeping everyone in a state of perpetual conflict within themselves and the world. By definition. It's not an opinion, it's not a belief. It's just a principle of reality. And you either wake up to it, get wise to it, get on the train, get on the trolley, daddy-o, as they used to say. Or you suffer in your life, you suffer the tragic implications in your life, and you'll have negative consequences beyond. And our species goes under. Again, it's just that simple. Alright. So, midwifery is the method to solving problems, and it's only through midwifery that you can discover and confirm for yourself that we are not alone. Okay, and the enlightenment experiences can also, the meaning of them in, okay. Among those who have an interest in exploring the self, a fair number of dreamers have been brought to realize not only enlightenment experiences, thumbs up, but also the meaning of them in terms of their spiritual life. It is all part of being a philosopher. My art of midwifery, as I've said, has parallels with my mother's art. I should add that she was known as one who mastered midwifery. Okay, so her art has these elements, and these are elements for you. Remember, expand the analogy. Find the counterpoint to each of these terms. 1. Detect early signs of pregnancy. What would that mean for a philosophical midwife? Assist women in the trials and difficulty of childbirth. Again, what would that be? Are there ups and downs in freeing from problems and gaining enlightenment? Judge if the birth was true, or it's true and noble, or should be abandoned. Which of the two is it? But also, hooking people up together. Which people should be in relationships that would give birth to what is most beneficial? Remember what we've been saying about finding good people with whom you can reflect in this way as often as you can. Join that rogue class and move quickly. Have fun, true intimacy, true love. It's a fine art to know which love unions will bring the rewards of intimacy. Imagine that. A master midwife can recognize for people who they should hook up with and develop a loving union with that would bring the rewards of intimacy and which don't. Makes you wonder. Okay. For a dream to be uniquely meaningful to each soul, it must have an image of the self the dreamer can identify with. It must have a drama that has an analog to an unsuspecting problem the dreamer has in his present world. So, image of yourself. That's why you get wrapped up in the main character. A drama reflects your everyday drama. It also has to have a solution of that problem contained within the dream that is central to the spiritual life. Every dream is that interesting? We're not aware of the mask we wear. We do not realize that the way we function to achieve our goals may defeat our best efforts. So if we have a false image of what's good and just, the more we try and be most good and just, the more we're getting in our own way. Thus the need for dream analysis. Okay, we are urged to carefully set before us the most ideal circumstances. Read a book like this, and devote ourselves to the mastery of some profound task, such as reading one of the works of the sages. What would be the most ideal circumstances? Well, here is a work of the sage. Socrates, written by another sage, Dr. Grimes. What would be the ideal conditions? Some chill background music. Reading it along with someone else who loves the game and has been in it for many years. Having the text there, highlighting the significant parts. Remembering that it's half reading, half review. Putting the pieces together. You're welcome. And our dreams will help you with this activity. The art behind the ability to surface an unsuspected problem is a spiritual knowledge that benefits and nurtures the soul. So this is the spiritual art. Philosophical midwifery, which is a skill and ability to surface an unsuspected problem, is a spiritual knowledge, and it benefits and nurtures souls. We call the maker of the dream maker, or dream master. After we bring to light these profound dreams, we burn a stick of incense to honor the maker of dreams. So, again, that's a bit of a metaphor. As we do dream analysis, at the end, we usually reflect on whoever made this dreams. Wow, I just had a profound insight that will help my entire life, my immediate present, and also my whole life and future. By the way, before you walk away, what can we say about the dream maker itself? What does that say about the nature of dreams? What does it say about the intelligence that we can access in dreams? What does it say about the intelligence of reality? That would be the equivalent to burning an incense. It's from these kinds of reflections we can say we're part of a caring and intelligible cosmos that we participate in and become in union with. So it's that reflection on the dream master itself. After going through dream analysis, then you can come to say that you are part of a caring and intelligible cosmos. What does it say about our cosmos that it cares about you so much to give you these dreams? What does it say about the cosmos that it knows you so well that it masterfully crafts these dramas? Intelligent? Knowable? What does it say that you can participate in these dreams through dream analysis? Caring, intelligible, participatable. That's the burning incense to reflect on the dream master itself. Caring, come to know through dream analysis you are living in a caring, intelligible. You're not alone. It's not cruel. It's not indifferent. It's a friendly universe. Cares about you. It's not stupid like the maggers. It's very intelligent. Imagine how many people in the world. And imagine how many dreams are created. 4 or 5 a night. Think of the number. And even animals dream, some of them. You see dogs dreaming and their little legs going. The cats dream. That's the level of intelligence of our cosmos. And that's the level of care, and we can participate in it. And the more we do dream analysis, the more our mind becomes like the mind of the dream master. In other words, we are freeing ourselves from what blocks us, what keeps us identified with an individual self, an individual mind. Then the more we are free to participate in the self and the mind. In other words, the more we do dream analysis, the more we raise our mind to meet the mind of the dream master through understanding, the more our mind becomes like the mind of the dream master. Likeness is the fundamental principle of analogy. Likeness. And it's the fundamental principle allowing us to unify with it. In other words, we live in a caring, intelligible universe, but we also can participate and unify with that intelligence of the dream. Imagine that. Recognizing yourself at that profound, remember, burning an incense, reflecting on what the dream master itself after our dream talks. Imagine that's your mind. That level of intelligence, that level of care. Unify with it. If it's mind, then it's you. The quest is to understand that through this reflection and to get everything out of the way that's different. All the false beliefs that say you're not good enough, you're not the mind, you're not that intelligent, you're not reality itself, you're not the self that even causes it. Remember how we said find a girl that has both? A good heart and good mind? Because this is what we're saying is midwifery also links people together in loving unions that can bring the rewards of intimacy. The rewards would be people who have an individual caring heart and smart mind, intelligible mind, love, understanding. In that loving relationship, following the path of midwifery and dream analysis, can unify with pure caringness and pure intelligence. Heart and mind to the heart and the mind. That's the game. Is that interesting? Sound like fun? And not only that, as you master that art, you can turn around and judge what sorts of people, what other people should be in relationships that would be beneficial. You can pass the joy on. Jesus says, "So you have brought many to recognize we are part of a caring cosmos, and you demonstrate that in many ways. But it seems the most direct way is through dreams." Surely it is a personal way to bring people to see that we participate in mind seeking to know the mind. You know of course that the idea of participation is alien to theistic systems of belief. You don't join with God. You do as you're fucking told, and if you die, maybe you don't go to hell. That's it. That's why it's a grift. Just like in multi-level marketing schemes. You don't actually become a billionaire. You sell the products, you make the guy at the top rich, and maybe one day, nothing. That's the difference between belief or theism and the self or understanding. So, let's talk about this idea of participation, Socrates. And that's where we are in the text. So let's jump in and keep reading. Okay, let's keep reading. So, the idea of participation, alien to believers. Socrates. Yes, much has been said about the idea of participation. For all the words that have been spun creating this fabric of ideas, it has huge holes in it. Let me share with you the mystery. The ideas that can be inferred from that experience of divine luminosity we call ideas. This is key. We had someone today come on and say, I'm interested in philosophy, I like Nietzsche. No, that's not philosophy. In fact, the misunderstanding of philosophy is mistranslating the word idea with a capital I as form. Plato's forms, like there's a heaven and there's a form of a chair. No. It is the ideas that can be inferred from that divine luminosity highest experience, from which we get all of the ideas necessary for understanding. Beauty, justice, goodness, benefit, whole, part, same, different, etc. And it's the artful and skillful and beneficial or artful application of those things that that we're learning to master in midwifery. Let's keep reading. Thus, in beholding that light, we can infer from it a set of ideas. See, here we go. Nope, bring Socrates back. Infer from it a set of ideas as the primary causes of the manifestations in our world. Everything has to be a whole or a part, same and different, like and unlike, self and other. Becoming receptive to such influences opens one to it. Interesting. So our job is to become receptive. This openness is the condition for a kind of goodness to emerge that directly assists one to grasp and understand these very ideas. Openness. Openness is the condition for a kind of goodness to emerge that directly assists one to grasp, behold, know, and understand these ideas. Wow. So we're saying that understanding is the method for wisdom, knowing it, grasping it, and understanding it together. He's saying actually it's more of an openness. It's more of a being open to allowing it to happen. It has a force that shapes the soul for vision. Surely you would agree that the word that describes a goodness that reaches out to all and benefits each uniquely, here we go, is the name Providence.
Wow.
Wow. Providence, a goodness that reaches out to all and benefits each uniquely. Wow. So if there's a caring universe, caring and intelligible, a goodness that reaches out, intelligible, specifically tailored to benefit you specifically, Providence. The goodness is essential to the divine luminosity as its vitality and joyous way of being.
Where's the joy? Where's the whimsy? Where's the childlike wonder, dude?
It's right here, my dear. In divine luminosity, it has a vitality and a joyous way of being. It unveils what is noble and true. Remember? We were duped by the appearance of nobility and truth when we got our false beliefs in childhood. It is with reference to this experience that one can recognize images of reality from mere shadows of reality. So there we go, calling our shots. So it's from this that we can recognize the difference between what we were duped by in our false belief images, shadows, in comparison to this luminosity of what's actually noble and true. Also needed for us, not only for ourselves, but to pass it on as a midwife. Remember, judging whether the births are true, noble birth or not. So it is one thing to behold the good as the divine luminosity, and quite another thing to go from that to the good itself. There's our three-term analogy. Suns is to divine luminosity, as luminosity is to the good itself. We could make a similar contrast between those who have only experienced divine luminosity and those who have encountered the good itself. Here we have a bit of a clue, or a bit of a wisdom drop on our asses. You experience divine luminosity, but if that's the object of knowledge, or what would you call something that's the cause of experience? It can't itself be an experience. So if we're going beyond divine luminosity, beyond experience itself, what word are we going to use? Encounter. We encounter the good itself. We experience luminosity and we encounter the good itself. How cool is that, folks? If one has encountered the state of the One itself, it would be impossible to believe the good or the One is the Creator God, for it can be described as having a particular mode of existence, as well as a power and an activity of any kind, then it certainly couldn't be said to be the good or the One. So, we can call this right. So beyond the luminosity, we can call it the self, or the One, or the good. We've got three possible names. It's not experienced, it's encountered. And it can't be the Creator God. Because if it has a particular mode of existence, a power, so God, like the Creator, or the demiurgs, or the Creator God, demiurgos, if you know the anime Overlord, is one of that guy that's the clever servant is called the demiurgos. Demiurgos or demiurg is the Creator God. If there's a Creator God, has some sort of existence, has some sort of power to create, has some sort of activity in the act of creation. If so, it can't be the good or the One. Is that interesting? Another of your thoughtful remarks that brought me to wonder, says Jesus. However, I am still interested in these holes you just mentioned that the idea of participation has. It is good that you reminded me of that idea. Consider that I could use any of the principal ideas we just mentioned that were inferred from that majestic experience. So I shall use the idea of beauty. Beauty is encountered in our natural world in a wide variety of experiences. For all the multiplicity of instances, we recognize something similar. Or we wouldn't say we experienced beauty. Right? Many different beautiful things. Beautiful puppy, a beautiful kitty, a beautiful streamer. There has to be something similar in these experiences, otherwise you can't give it the same name. You wouldn't say it's beauty. The source of those experiences is an encounter with beauty itself. So we've been talking about an ideal intimacy or loving relationships culminating in that experience from which you can go on to get excellence. And matching people up that can make that journey together is one of the roles of the midwife. I offer no explanation of how this takes place. It simply is. I lack any explanation for this. For what? For the source of beautiful things, the multiplicity in the physical world, being beauty itself. I'm not explaining how it works. It just is. I lack any explanation for this. It is a profound mystery. I lack a theory of participation, yet I say it happens. It happens is the way of divine things. Okay. Wow. Twist. Everything up until now has been simple and rational. Well, not, yeah, I guess simple. Simply rational. You can follow it with reason. The steps of the dialectic even. Up until now. It just happens as the way of divine things. Wow. Wow. Where are we going from here? Jesus, if it happens as you suggest, then how is it related to higher principles? Let me put it another way. Would you say that the principles of your midwifery are the same or different from what we call higher intelligible principles? And this is good. We love principles, or I love principles. Principles of midwifery, same or different. So Jesus is starting to pick up the self-logos. He's starting to use the terms of understanding to guide his thinking. Good. So first of all, look for kinds of things that are eternal. Principles are eternal. Great. Use terms like same or different. Yes. So principles of midwifery, the art, is it same or different from the higher intelligible principles of being? You have a good question there. I just said that, Socrates. Come on, man. It does take a It does take... You have a good question there, Jesus. And it does take a seeing a similarity fuck me. It does take seeing a similarity between things not normally seen as such. Consider the principles of midwifery are like a shadow, as it were, of the intelligible principles. And it is the avenue through which further insight into this higher source becomes available to us. So midwifery is the highest expression of, or the shadow of, the principles of being, and it's also the avenue through which we can gain insight into that source. Neat. Along the way, there is a learning of the language of the dream maker. It is this kind of reflection that is present in both our midwifery and dreams that naturally turns back upon that from which it derives its own existence. Interesting. So we can learn the principles of midwifery in the Orange Book that we read here. But there is no book on dream analysis. But if we apply ourselves, we have some principles from this, we will be learning the language of the dream maker. And in learning that language, in midwifery and dreams, we naturally turn back upon which it derives its own existence. So by learning the language of dreams and learning the principles of midwifery, we're learning something. We are discovering the aspects of its source. So we're being forced to turn upon what gives it existence. And what gives the existence to the principles of dream analysis or midwifery is pure being, the principles themselves. So by learning these principles, we are being brought to it, which reflects what we said earlier. In raising our mind to meet the dream maker, we become like the dream maker. In developing a loving relationship with someone with a good heart and good mind, we can develop too pure caring or providence, and pure mind, intelligence. Clearly, this similar dynamic that midwifery reaches is an imitation of the reversion upon that from which we have derived the source of our very existence. And that's a sentence. Clearly, the similar dynamic that midwifery reflects is an imitation of the reversion upon that from which we derive the source of our own existence. Okay, so by learning the principles of midwifery, we are turning upon the source of those principles, being, which is an imitation of us as human beings going through our purpose here to revert upon the cause of our existence, being, or the self. Interesting. Bit complicated, but I think we got it nailed down. So you are expressing the idea of cause through these explorations, says Jesus. Yes, you are correct about that. For the soul or the self proceeds from itself as a cause, since it unknowingly framed its false belief and role from very early transmission scenes. Okay. So for regular people who aren't going through midwifery, our soul or self proceeds from itself as a cause, not from the self, but from itself in that we come to the conclusions. We unknowingly frame our false belief. So we are our first cause. So we frame, we come up with our false belief and role within our family that dictates our entire zombie life existence. So we are proceeding from ourselves as a cause because we did it. Having been the unique source of its own pathologos, that spells it out clearly. It has the power and capability of dissolving it. And because we infected ourselves with the brain-eating zombie virus, we can uninfect ourselves. We have the antidote. We call any false belief about the self a pathologos, or sick logos. So this is where we're introducing the idea. We've been talking about it a lot already because we've been reading the book, so we were a bit ahead. But that's okay, we have it in the book too. The kind of understanding that surfaces these sick beliefs and confirms their dissolution through testing for their testing for their presence in experience is a more profound experience of the understanding. Surfaces the sick beliefs, confirms their dissolution through testing for their presence and experience. So we use understanding, number one, to surface our sick beliefs or pathologos. And we confirm the dissolution of it through testing for their presence in experience. That is a more profound experience of understanding. It is an experience that is parallel to the scenes of its imposition or origin. Recognizing the falsity of the pathologos bequeaths a benefit to the soul, for the resulting change in the soul reveals that the pathologos was not essential to its nature. We have a change in the soul. Which reveals a pathologos was not essential to its nature of the soul. A higher state of mind that has been blocked by the transmission of the pathologos can now be resumed. Wow. The soul can now freely engage itself in the further development of its more awakened self. Holy crap, this is a paragraph. I mean, good stuff. Very, very important. I had to unpack a little bit of it, but I think it's you know, it's pretty clear. It's repeating a lot of what we've said, but still like a banger of a paragraph. Hey, welcome GoldenEye. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome back. Okay, just for you, we will reread this paragraph. It's a banger. The soul or the self proceeds from itself as a cause, since you yourself unknowingly framed your unique false belief and role from your early childhood transmission scene. I sneezed. Having been the unique source of your own pathologos, you have the power and capability of dissolving it. We call any false belief about the self a pathologos or sick logos. The kind of understanding that 1. Surfaces these sick beliefs, 2. Confirms that they have been dissolved, through 3, testing for their presence in your own experience, is a more profound experience of the understanding. It is an experience that is parallel to the scenes of its imposition or origin. So parallel to you having an origin scene in childhood where you got a false belief, you came up with it, so you can say that your life has yourself as the cause, but you also have the capability of resolving it. It's parallel, but different. You're not getting a false belief about the self, you're dissolving one. You're not learning to reject understanding for belief, you are gaining understanding. The resulting change in the soul, your soul will change, and that reveals that the pathologos was not essential to its nature. You are not the pathologos, you are not your mask, and you don't need it. A higher state of mind, which has been blocked by the transmission of the pathologos, you can now pick up and resume. So you had to sacrifice a higher state of mind when this false belief was imposed, but then you concluded, so you can remove it. You gave yourself the zombie virus, you have the cure. The soul can now freely engage itself in further development of its more awakened self. So our whole lives we've been blocked from our development. We were in a higher state of mind, which was cut down. By midwifery, we can discover the false belief, surface it, dissolve it, and confirm we've dissolved it by testing it out, trying to do the things we were blocked from doing, reach those goals, specifically master text like this. And now, because you've removed the block to that higher state of mind, you can continue your development from there. pick up where you left off. And that's a further development of your more awakened self. Woof, what a paragraph. Jesus. So an analogy becomes an allegory. Okay? And what does that mean? And what you have just said returns it to an analogical mean, like a perfect pearl hidden within an oyster shell. Would you also offer some account of dreams and how they relate to your idea of the soul and to philosophy? Okay, analogy becomes an allegory. Returning to an analogical mean. I don't know what he's talking about there. That seems like out of left field. Let's keep reading and see if it clears up. So, can you offer dreams? How it relates to this? Yes, in philosophical midwifery. For a dream to be able to be uniquely meaningful to each soul, it must have an image of the self that the dreamer can identify with. You never get bored in your dreams because it stars you, not actually you, the same image you are falsely identifying with that's causing your problems, and now we have a name for it, the pathologos. It must have a drama that has an analog with an unsuspected problem the dreamer is facing in his present world. So not only do you not get bored because you identify with the star of the movie, the drama you identify with too. It reflects what you're playing out in your everyday world. And since the solution of one's unsuspected problems must be central to one's spiritual life, you can solve the problem. The source of the perfection of the soul lies in the discovery of its own higher reason for existing. This reason springs from an intelligence that it also shares in, for it reverts upon itself at the very moment that it opens a more profound state of mind, called the twilight of the experience of the intelligence. Okay, up until now we've been talking about the experience of the brilliant light of being and saying, by the way, you can experience divine luminosity, but there's a different dimension beyond that. The good or the one or the self. You encounter it because it's beyond experience. You encounter the good or the one or the self. You experience the idea of the good or the one of the self. But now we have a different level of enlightenment called the twilight of the experience. So it sounds like right before you get to experience divine luminosity. So, intelligence reverts upon itself at the very moment that it opens a more profound state of mind. Okay, so there is an opening of a profound state of mind called the twilight of intelligence. Neat. I mean, great. We are mapping out the progress of enlightenment. Got another state. For the very way it proceeds in this process of dialogues is the exercise of the cognitive faculty we call understanding. And it culminates in the openness. That is the shadow of the openness and freedom of a clear and pure mind functioning. Okay, we've been talking about the need to find people to talk with, about our blocks or our highest division and understanding. Over coffee. I'm out of coffee. And we've said we can supercharge those dialogues with those good-minded and good-hearted souls by also talking about our dreams. And now he's saying, hey, that dialogue is the exercise of understanding. We've been saying our whole purpose is to move from belief-based cognitive functioning to understanding-based cognitive functioning, from savage to sage, from the cause of all human problems and conflict and suffering to that which can solve them and reach our excellence. But the exercise of that greater cognitive functioning is through that kind of dialogue. And it culminates in an openness, and that openness is a shadow of the openness and freedom of clear and pure mind functioning. Okay. So we did ask, we have been carrying since last episode, the idea that, hey, belief doesn't have a feeling state. That's why they have to create conflict and hurt people and destroy what they love, destroy what others love, and be haters and breakers. Because that feeling they substitute as what it means to be a believer. While knowing has a state of mind, that's been made clear, divine luminosity. But understanding also has a state of mind. And we've been wondering about what that state of mind is. Maybe we're getting an answer to it now. Because if it's this dialogue that is the exercise of understanding, that feeling state might be a kind of openness, which is the shadowness of the openness and freedom of clear and pure mind. I don't know if clear and pure mind is divine luminosity, or if it's that higher level, the good or the self. Because clear is different from luminous. Clear and pure isn't a lot of qualities, it's a clarity. So maybe the state of mind of understanding reflects not divine luminosity or brilliant insight, knowing everything all at once in perfect beauty and bliss, but maybe it's a shadow of the higher state of self. Let's keep reading. Okay. Dialogue is the exercise of a cognitive faculty we call understanding. We want to try our best to practice dialogues as much as we can. Not advice or opinions or debate, dialogue. Essentially the dialectic. And if we do that, it will culminate in an openness. And this is the shadow of the openness and freedom of a clear and pure mind functioning. Is this the state of mind of what it means to be in that more evolved cognitive faculty of understanding? Let's keep reading. This philosophical way of proceeding highlights its very mode of existing, and in turning about, which is an ousia movement. There's that word we've been using all the way through. Self-reflection or ousia. Ousia and logos rejected by believers. No self-reflection, no understanding, no development, no solving problems. Turning about, which is an ousia movement, it reverts upon the intelligence. Thus, this way of understanding unites into a oneness. And in doing so, it returns to its natural source, the intelligence. As a result, what before was a scattered multiplicity without coherence and integrity, belief, advice, debate, becomes a set of ideas linked together with an inner coherence that, to grasp, requires the intellect to be put into play. We have been following through this dialogue some sort of structure, and we've been looking for that structure in Socrates' thought so that we can have understanding like him, so we can talk to people the way Socrates is talking to Jesus. We've been looking for its parts. Whole, part, same, different, like, unlike, limit, unlimit, motion, rest. These are the things that have been used already, specifically in opposition to define a believer. Also, other key focused terms of focus: being, beauty, ousia, logos, goodness, justice. These are all terms of understanding, or building blocks of understanding. To artfully navigate that with another person through questions is dialogue, and it's the exercise of understanding. If we practice it, pull out the parts, arrange them as best you can, use them in your thinking, use them in your speech, use them in your dialogues with open-minded and good-hearted people, then you can convert your scattered belief-based thinking, scattered physical sense. Squirrel, squirrel, squirrel. What's Tom Cruise doing? What's this drama about? Who's Donald Trump killing today? Scattered. By focusing on these terms in this way, both with its structure and in a caring, ideally loving dialogue, you can take this scattered multiplicity, which doesn't have coherence or integrity. It becomes a set of ideas that are linked together with an inner coherence, inner structure that reflects intelligibility itself. And this activity reflects a clarity, maybe even beyond that, and that inner coherence, grasping that, requires the intellect to be put in play. By playing this game, you are substituting into the game intellect. It's on the field now. That which was lying dormant. Woof, this is one hell of a paragraph, and we have to do a bit of work to unpack it, but it's worth it. It's good stuff. Where's my characters? Here you are. The moment of insight reveals its mode of existence, has a higher and more profound mode of existence. And since it lacks any image of oneself, we can say it ushers in a dawning realization that the soul is not subject to time. Woof. We've already had mentioned we've already mentioned a few different spiritual powers that awaken in this movement from belief-based, group-based, savage caveman, hating and breaking identity. That movement from that, which we all start in some degree, movement from that to understanding. We've already talked about it awakening certain spiritual powers. We've talked about thumos, being able to generate heat from below your navel that allowed Socrates to walk through the snow without any shoes on. We talked about prophetic powers, being able to see into the future or predict certain things. Here we are seeing, I think that was all that we've mentioned so far. Let's see. Don't want to leave anything out. Thumos. Where do we talk about thumos? Okay. Here we go. Okay, through dreams and understanding. Through dreams, one can gain knowledge of one's past, present, and insights to the future. Once the spiritual door has been opened, many powers become available to one. Those who know about the Tibetan practice of thumos can see the parallels in Plato's description of me having the ability to withstand severe cold. He mentions my standing, meditating in one spot for 24 hours. Okay, so that's another one. You can stand in one spot for 24 hours. Now, what your soul is doing isn't made clear, but that's one of the powers, and prophetic powers. So we've already mentioned 3. But now we have a 4th. There is some sort of dawning realization that through this dialogue and the insights that one comes to, the moment of insight reveals a mode of existence has a higher and more... Okay. From an insight through dialogue, you reveal that you have a mode of existence which is higher and more profound. And since your mode of existence that you see through this insight lacks any image of the self, we can say it ushers in a dawning realization that the soul is not subject to time. Beyond time now. Sound neat? Awaken the time stone. The implication is that the image of ourselves that we are also learning to dissolve through midwifery and dream analysis. We already said that we come to realize that when we go through this process we talked about earlier, midwifery, we realize this pathologos is not essential to its nature. Meaning, we pick up an image of the self in time and space, in childhood, in physical incarnation. The fact that we can dissolve it, which reawakens a higher state of mind, tells us our pathologos or image of the self is not essential to our soul's nature. So it's not that we use positive thinking to develop a positive image of ourselves. No. We're just removing it. It's not needed. It's not true. It's not real. You're not replacing one image for another, one belief for another. It's imageless, beliefless. So what we are seeing in our dissolving of problems, we can also see in another way through insights that come through this kind of dialogue. The insights show that our insight has a higher mode of existence without any image. When you engage in this kind of activity with a open, generous, loving, understanding soul, good heart, good mind, get yourself a girl who has both. I keep repeating that line, I should stop it. The insights that come from that kind of relationship dawn upon you that there's no image of yourself there. I can't feel my face when I'm with you. That song. But better. More profound. Bringing upon yourself the realization that the soul is out of time. Now, those of you familiar with the Parmenides can recognize this is another self-logos pair, another building block of understanding. Whole, part. So let's use our understanding of believers just to pull in the terms that we've been using. A believer is promised to be a part of a whole, but they're in conflict because they still feel like they're a part, even if they're singing Kumbaya to Jesus or Donald Trump or whoever. Whole and part, there's a pair. Everything you ever perceive is a whole or a part. It's a unit of thought and perception. And existence in the physical world, every physical object is a whole of parts. So we can see that we are learning the terms of understanding, which is the shadow of pure being. So all of these are the intellectual distinctions you can make of pure being. It's a whole of all parts. So they're connected. Whereas in believers, they're in opposition. Okay? And by the way, not only are they the building blocks of understanding, not only are they itself a shadow of pure being, because they're the intellectual distinctions or ideas, capital I, that you can make about that experience of knowingness, but they've also been guiding the dialogue. Socrates has been saying, hey, anyone who can speak for us, Jesus, has to be able to represent each of the parts of our teachings and represent us as a whole, right? Right, I'm with you, Socrates. Then Soc said, by the way, let's first talk about what makes us the same, and let's talk about after that what makes us different. And so on. So whole, part, same, different. It's guiding this dialogue. Leading us to insights that are revealing a more profound kind of existence for all of us reading it. And he's saying that's because we are exercising the cognitive faculty of understanding. Now, if we can find these parts, we can develop an understanding of understanding. And if we find people like that to talk with, we can develop a mastery of it too. Okay, what have we got so far? Let's use believers as an example. They're supposed to be a whole, but they're really a part in conflict. By accepting a limitation, they can be the same as others, only talk with Mormons, never read Harry Potter, don't think for yourself, give up your goals, be a part of a group, all that limitation. But they're in conflict because they want to be free. They know if they get out of this cult, they will be limitless. So limit, limitless. Whole, part, same, different. They are like each other in that they've all accepted these limitations. Yes, conflict. But they feel unlike. They look around their Mormon picnic or their evangelistic megachurch and they say, these people's idea of Jesus is different than mine. That guy hates women. That guy hates gays. I don't agree with any of that. That guy's just trying to scam money. And especially when you go home after church, you don't feel like anyone. You're still estranged. So you're in conflict. Whole, part, like and unlike. He went on to say, by the way, believers who are trying to get what it means to be a big, strong knower, like Trump or pastor or preacher or imam or rabbi, any of these spiritual or political people or their parents, they're pulling from the realm of belief, which is an appearance in the physical world. What it means to be knowing. Now, we have been understanding knowing is an eternal, timeless experience. Eternity. It has a feeling. So by trying to replace that feeling with being certain in our beliefs, being a good, strong MAGA, being the best Nazi in town, they are going to be restless. They're never at rest. So, whole, part, same, different, like, unlike, limit, limitless, rest and restless, or motion and rest. We are populating the ideas of understanding, and now we have a new pair in time and out of time. And it seems like the pathologos image of the self is only from time. And the fact that we can dissolve it in midwifery, and the fact that we can have insights when we follow the structure of understanding in dialogues, just like this text, either as the whole of the conversation or used in the parts to understand believers. That insight we gain by participating in this skillful use of understanding. When we have an insight, we realize, oh, holy shit, when I had that insight, there was no image of myself. That story I tell about myself, or that feeling that I take as common sense and obvious, wasn't there. So either in dissolving our pathologos or gaining insights through dialogue, we come to see that the soul is not subject to time. Out of time. Wow. Wow. Let's keep reading. Yes, these kinds of experiences prepare the mind for a more penetrating insight into our mode of existence. Wow. Into its more profound way of functioning. And that it has a power capable of reaching to what is most divine. This activity of the soul this activity the soul experiences in time, the activity of dialogue and understanding, but these states of mind, it steps out of that temporal passing phase of being and enters into the timelessness of reality. Wow.
Wow.
The activity of understanding is experienced in time. The states of mind of understanding and insight steps out of the temporal passing phase of being, neat, and enters into the timelessness of reality. Wow. Sounds pretty cool. So this is why it can be said that the soul's activity is in time, as its existence is timeless or eternal. Wow. Our activity is in time, but our existence is eternal. Wow. We could conclude that since it reverts upon itself in this activity, and since it is recursive in respect to its existence, it is self-contained. All right. So let's put this together. Self-constituted. So, we've been saying that the principles of understanding are the aspects of being, whole, part, same, etc. So by using them in an activity in time, we are naturally reverting on the source of those principles, number one. Number two, the focus of our use of understanding are on things like being and wisdom. So another reason why we are reverting upon its source. By finding the principles of understanding, by using them in time, And by being focused on them as our subject, we are naturally reverting upon the source of understanding itself, pure being or mind. Just as we are discovering the principles of dream analysis and the principles of midwifery, so too are we being forced to revert on the source of those principles to find them. So in our reading of the midwifery book to discover the principles of midwifery, we are reverting on the source of intelligence as well. And as we are trying to piece together the principles of dream analysis, so too are we raising our mind to participate in its source, the dream master, or again, mind itself. So in that sense, that it reverts upon it in its activity, what it's focused on, and in its existence, the very parts we are using to focus on it. So in the parts and in the focus as a whole, the parts and whole, we can say it's self-contained or self-constituted. This idea of being self-constituted means all its functions, its mode of being, and its power and activity are all within itself. And it stands independent of anything else. So we can say it's self-constituted. Wow. Do we have another pair? Self-contained or within another? Self-contained or inside a box? Within itself or within another? Is that another pair of understanding terms? How about self-constituted or reliant upon another source? Let's take those two pairs as possible hypotheses. They feel a bit different than same, different, like, unlike, whole, part. Within itself and within another. Or self-contained or dependent. Maybe seem like another level down, but they still seem like part of it. Isn't that interesting? What's the implications of this? Well, recognition of yourself as a timelessness. That sounds neat. Now, different from having that experience through a near-death experience or a mushroom experience or a traumatic experience. People who have an NDE or something like that. Oh, I realize that I don't fear death anymore because I realize I'm eternal. This is different because it's through understanding. And we've been talking about the differences between a glimpse and you mistake it for the whole. You don't realize there are different stages in that experience, and that experience is still second last or penultimate to the good itself. And it doesn't solve your problem. So there are lots and lots of problems of having a glimpse through these experiences without recognizing the eternity or the timelessness of soul through the activity of understanding in time through dialogue, and B, the activity of understanding in time through midwifery to dissolve the image of the self. Dissolving problems through understanding and gaining insight into timelessness through understanding. Understanding. Love of understanding. That's the game. And of course, Jesus' story in Mark is someone who has that experience of timelessness, thinks he's got it all figured out, hasn't solved his beliefs, problems, plays out his problems to a tragic and pathetic end. God, why have you forsaken me? No, why did you not reflect on your beliefs? Big paragraph. Holy crap. What does that purple man represent? Is he talking? Is that what he is? Energy drink from Aussie land. Yeah. It's Groovy Grape. I got it from the dollar store. It was cheap. I don't want to drink any more coffee. It's an emote for September. Ah. What does it mean? What's he doing? Is it from something? Is he eating or talking? Here he is. Oh, he's a Twitch guy. He's a Twitch man. Okay. Hello, Mr. Twitch. Can you tell him that I need more viewers and subscribers? I know that Asmongold just lost 10% or 20% of his followers after they removed bots. Maybe he could lose another 20% to my channel. Can you ask him? Thanks. Although I don't want his followers. I want Hassan Piker's followers. They seem a little bit more intelligent. So, since we can conclude that intelligence through this dialogue reverts upon itself in this activity, and since it's recursive, it turns upon itself and its source in respect to its existence, it's self-constituted. This idea of being self-constituted means all its A, functions, B, its mode of being, and C, its power and activity are all within itself. So we have a triad there. So you can make a little triangle. Its functioning, its mode of being, and its power and activity. Or maybe even a 4. Although activity might be functions. You can play with it. It's fun to create triads and sets of 4s as well. It's all within itself, which means it's independent of everything else, so we can say it's self-constituted. All right, Sock. Triangles. Exactly. Jesus. Okay. Triangles. Jesus replies, "You do your work both in private and before others. I wondered what effect you saw it had on those who witnessed these philosophical midwife discussions or dream work." I can answer that. I've seen thousands of talks over my time. In the dream analysis sessions, those present gained the insight that we can all share in being witness to understanding others' problem. This sharing of a personal problem with others is evidence that this kind of cognitive activity brings a kinship and a benefit with and to other minds. Interesting. So maybe we should have dream analysis sessions on this channel sometime soon. There you go again, Socrates, making a mystery of what you made obvious. All you need to say is that we are part of a spiritual cosmos, and this is the work of the divine. Still, I do see why you say it is a mystery. Shall we now turn to Aristotle? Uh-oh. Aristotle rejects this idea of participation, and in its place he says that all ideas like beauty have their essence only in the particular thing that has it. There is no such thing, he argues, as beauty itself. All things that have become beautiful had that power to be so within themselves. The power to be able to do this lies within each thing, and so it is called its potential. The expression of this power in each thing is called its motion, its way of becoming. So, just as modern Christians follow Paul, and Paul completely rejects all of the teachings of Jesus and substitutes his own bullshit, so too, modern philosophers follow Aristotle, who completely rejects everything we've been doing. All being and beyond being to the self, rejecting all metaphysics. If you search for philosophy on YouTube, you get Aristotle's stupid, false beliefs. Aristotle didn't do real philosophy, and he didn't do midwifery, and he didn't do dream analysis, so no shit, he got it all wrong. Stoicism. That's the most popular version on YouTube, which is the language of metaphysics while removing metaphysics, or a kind of misinterpretation called being a wolf in sheep's clothing. I'm going to speak for metaphysics, talk about courage and virtue and justice and temperance, but I'm going to take away all of its meaning by cutting out metaphysics and saying everything is in the physical world. So, it's no wonder that modern philosophers aren't solving any goddamn problems, and philosophers aren't doing the dialectic, but they're doing debate, and we're still in conflict within our world, and we have no paradigm for our spiritual and political leaders. Aristotle and not Socrates. Now, Aristotle was at Plato's academy. The first universities of the West was set up by Plato in the academy in Athens. Thumbs up. Aristotle was there, and he was kicked out. The modern philosophers call Aristotle the philosopher. Plato didn't. Called him the brain. And we saw that Plato lacked midwifery and dream analysis. He only had metaphysics, and his metaphysics didn't go into depth about that higher level. So if Plato was already lacking and he kicked out Aristotle, well, you can see where we are, why it is we are where we are now historically. Therefore, someone came into the chat today and said, "Oh, I'm interested in Nietzsche." And I had to say, well, no, that's Aristotle. Nietzsche's opinions and Hegel's opinions, that's all just the rejection of metaphysics. As Socrates said earlier in the book, I don't have a philosophy. I have the philosophy. It's not mine. It's for everyone. It's just the truth. It's what happens if you use your mind to know mind. Which is neat because we lost dream analysis and midwifery when we murdered Socrates in front of Plato. But thankfully, somebody else rediscovered it and then saw, oh, heck, that's what Socrates was saying. That's what the story of Achilles and Homer was saying. So that's the author of this book. He rediscovered those things that we lost when we murdered Socrates, because he was also a sage like Socrates. So,
have you read Brand at all? Have you read Nagel? What about Scanlon? Have you read Scanlon or Scruton or Edmund Burke? Have you read C.S. Lewis? Have you read The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe? Have you read Immanuel Kant? So you know Pflicht.
What has this got to do with Bob's Burgers?
Do you practice self-love in a Kantian sense? Do you masturbate to Kant? Have you seen Infinity Wars? Have you even seen Age of Ultron?
That's modern philosophy. Thanks to H. John. Jesus comes in. Very clever to avoid your idea of participation. He created a new language. It has the image of something coming out of nature. Nailing down Aristotle's thought. Yes, it is derived from the study of nature. When viewed only from the empirical view, empirical means just the physical world that you can put in a test tube. Dancing hamsters. And crushing the physical world. Yes, crushing the triangles, crushing the triads. Very good. Crushing metaphysics. Crushing those triads we've been looking at. When viewed only from the empirical view, the actualization can be viewed as the power of nature. There is no participation. And we've also got who's that guy who says go? There is no participation in the intelligible. Boo. Nature surfaces its forms. The underlying reality of the visible forms resides in its substance. Thus, whatever growth and development anything has in nature, it is because it contained within it the potential to be it. Aristotle is guided by the analogy. As a potential is to its actualization, so a seed is to its fullest flowering. That's the thinking behind Aristotle. The flowering is its form. Whatever exists in a unity of its form and its substance. Whatever exists is a unity of its form and its substance. The substance of all is a separate thing having its own existence. Substance resides within each thing's form and is itself unknown. So there are some holes in Aristotle's thinking and the idea of, hey, where does a flower come from? It's just all packed into the seed as potential. Jesus says, curious as more curious it is. Where does he say all this is going? Is there a goal and purpose to the whole? Goal and purpose, whole and parts. Jesus is learning. Is there a purpose to the whole of this? Once you ask where all this individual actualization of its potential is going, the answer is nowhere special. Nowhere special. There is no divine plan it is working through. What set off all motion is called an unmoved mover. However, this unmoved mover is not aware of itself working towards any goal or fulfilling any promise, or itself being a blissful goal of intelligent beings. So here we have the idea of bliss. He's sneaking it in as we are looking at the opposite, or as we do a dialectic. We would say, hey, what happens if being exists or beauty exists? Exists means eternally in being. If beauty exists, so everything we've been learning about beauty itself, how it functions, its role within a loving relationship, and how a philosopher might relate back to it, you can take all of those clues in our reading or quotes and arrange them in this way. That's the spiritual method of dialectic. Even better if you can then share it in a dialogue, master it so well that you can actually go through these stages of talking about beauty with someone over coffee or over breakfast, if you're lucky. But also, to fully understand beauty, you might want to say, what if beauty doesn't exist? What if, like Aristotle, there's just the physical world, there is no realm of existence? I would type more, but it's raining and my hair exploded into waves. Oh, I forgot that this is sus. Have you dyed your hair yet? And by the way, Aristotle fits here because he rejects existence. You are not future Trunks yet. Oh. Then you are a disappointment to Vegeta. Dumb brunette? No, brunettes are not dumb. They're the smartest. So, what if beauty doesn't exist? You've got Aristotle. So what is it? It's just empirical. How does it function? Just plays out its potential. How does it relate to other things? Nowhere special. Wait, or See, look. There is no such thing, he argues, as beauty itself. It's just playing out in the physical world its potential as a seed. There is no participation in the intelligible. Goes nowhere special. Has no goal. So here you could say, how do things affected by beauty relate back to its source? Doesn't. There's no goal. So you've just completed a dialectic on beauty. Good for you. By filling out all of the things we've been learning about beauty. And now all that crap we got from Aristotle. What if it doesn't exist? That's a dialectic. That's reading. But also, by exploring this from Aristotle, we just got a new term in the text, which is important. The idea that it functions, or as we return back to the source of beauty, it's experienced as bliss. So I think this is the first time we've been talking about the feeling of bliss, ultimate happiness, transcendent happiness, transcending duality. Oh, I don't want to say too much about it yet. Here we have the word bliss. Being snuck in when talking about Aristotle. Doesn't have bliss. What a terrible intimate relationship with a lover to not reach bliss. By being with a materialist or an empiricist or an Aristotelian or a modern or a debate bro. Jesus comes in. How are we doing for time? We're good for a while. Oh, here's the chorus. Okay, we'll go to the chorus. Well, that means it is not a god at all. How can this unmoved mover be a god if it neither has a purpose, nor has any interaction with man? He surely closed the door on any discussion of your Greek gods or the intelligible realm, didn't he? Just like Paul did to you, Jesus. How many Christians are interested in removing belief to develop understanding and experience the divine luminosity or the kingdom of heaven or the Son of God? Zero. Closing the door of what you were talking about. Just like Aristotle closed the door on Socrates. He saw so much in nature, yet saw so little of the intelligible, that we can wonder about the nature of his soul. Exactly. If we were there wondering about the nature of his soul, maybe we could dialogue with him, introduce him to this way of being called philodianoia, love of understanding, or philosophical midwifery, to reflect on the false beliefs he's carrying that blocks him from development into his goals in the intelligible realm, and of course the self beyond it. It's a pity we killed Socrates when Plato was in his 20s and hadn't gone through midwifery enough. So that Plato couldn't have this discussion with Aristotle and just kicked him out. Actually, people's first impression of me is dumb Valley Girl vibes. Surprised Pikachu face. Oh, what is that? Because you're trying to disarm them with your feminine wiles so you can introduce them into self-reflection and understanding? So you can participate in a dialogue? Because you say like every 5 seconds. Interesting way of going. So we can wonder about the soul of Aristotle. Who's that guy? Have a look on my big screen. Oh, it's a little girl. Socrates. Yes! 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 He did close the door. To open it is difficult yet simple. That's it. That's us. That's us. That's why I love this book. That's why I'm stuck in this book, and I put the Symposium and the Is It All Relative book and the Midwifery book on hold. Because this is my life. To open the mind after Aristotle slammed the fucker shut for modern human beings is difficult. And yet, to me, it seems simple. Don't you want to understand your problems? Don't you want enlightenment? Don't you see that it makes sense to not make spirituality mystical and crazy so any old charlatan can sell you their products or trick you into sitting at the ashram for 20 years or sweeping up at the Zendo for 40 years? Fuck that shit. Why don't you just understand all of the states of consciousness, understand what it takes to climb them? That's the Parmenides. Understand what it takes to free yourself from what's blocking you from that development. That's just midwifery. And experience it for yourself so you don't have to believe any fucker in a dress and a big hat claiming to speak for God. Because haven't you noticed that beliefs cause all our problems? How many wars and genocides are started in the name of religion? How much wealth inequality is carried out by politicians in the name of fucking belief and not understanding? What happens if the Democrats just compromise with fascists instead of demanding an objective standard of truth and principles like we do in every other profession? Isn't it simple? Understanding solves problems, understanding reaches goals. Let's love understanding. So simple. And yet my whole life has been facing how difficult it is just to make that point to human beings. In part because Aristotle slammed that door shut. Our current mythos, our current way of thinking is empiricism, physical science, materialism. There's just a physical world. So all we've got is nuclear bombs and mousetraps. We don't have any understanding of how to use them, or what we should create, or what we should be using AI for, or mass surveillance for, or the internet for. Currently, we're using it to fucking genocide people and bomb people and enslave everyone. We are using our technology in the most irrational and immature way because we haven't reflected on ourselves, ousia, and understood problems, understanding. Logos. Therefore, we are playing out the implications of belief-based thinking and group identity from caveman times before we had language and intelligence when we were fucking savages. We still have Nazis, we still have capitalism, we still have wealth inequality, we still have genocide, we still have war, we still have a massive war industry, we still have prison systems. All of these things are objectively, simply irrational and can be solved today. So simple. All you gotta do is open your mind to understanding. That's it. It's so simple, And yet, because of the effect of Aristotle living this life in time, it's so difficult to have these dialogues with people. I've got 2 viewers in Twitch after streaming for 2 years. It's so simple, yet difficult to open the mind to what's obvious. And yet necessary, and yet helps everyone. Doesn't anyone want to solve problems? Not me, screw you. Don't you want to have fun? No, I want to be a prick. So my dad knows I'm a member of the tribe. I want to be a MAGA. I want to be sexist against women. Because I'm a follower of Ethan Klein or Sex Pestany or Andrew Tate or Joe Rogan or Donald Trump. Why? Why follow ignorance of these fools who are, as a believer? Why not see for yourself? Why not understand for yourself? Why not reflect for yourself? Why not be a maker and not a breaker? Anyway. In the chat, my old managers wouldn't let me work stock or in the kitchen, so I ended up a waitress and hostess. Also told me to not be a hoe.
Too stupid to understand. If you don't understand this, that's
Wait.
weird. Is this chat whore?
There we go. I got to whore. So people's first impressions of me were, oh, okay. That sucks. I hope I'm alleviated from the shell and become a ball of energy and zap people with lasers. Lasers of logos. Or flying brain that shoots lasers. Lasers of honed laser beams of questions, artfully directed because you've learned to judge the state of mind of people as we are doing of Aristotle. And you're learning the structure of understanding, whole, part, same, different, like, unlike. You've learned what terms are most significant, that is the cause of intelligence and the cause of our soul. Timelessness, eternity, being, bliss, beauty. And you can use that to hone the laser beam of your words into a laser beam and maybe lower their defenses with your charm and your looks. But actually you shoot that laser beam of a question targeted like a laser because you can judge their state of mind. And you know, ooh, I can see you're certain. I can see you're in conflict. Here's a question about the beliefs you've never reflected on. Or maybe you can catch them in an open, curious state of mind because you're a charming hostess. Or you're open and curious. I'm not going to target the beliefs that block you. I'm going to use that openness to shoot a laser. What do you think is beauty itself? Have you noticed many beautiful things? Must they have a cause? Is there a cause to the manyness and multiplicity? What's your highest vision of reality? What's your highest understanding? What do you love the most? And what's your highest vision of that? Are you using an understanding? What understanding are you using to guide your soul? And the more you shoot those laser beams, the more you can hone your questions. Honed laser beams, artfully directed. Exactly. And by the way, in doing that, Socrates says, this is dialogue. It's the exercise of a cognitive faculty we call understanding. And the more we shoot these laser beams, it culminates in the openness. That is a shadow of the openness and freedom of a clear and pure capital M mind. The state of mind when you practice understanding through dialogue reflects pure clarity of the mind itself. This philosophical way of proceeding highlights its very mode of existence. That's ousia. The more you practice dialogue through understanding, you're asking questions about the source of understanding. You're encouraging people to reflect upon themselves. You're reverting yourself and them upon intelligence itself. This way of understanding unites into a oneness, and doing so returns to the natural source of this understanding, intelligence, capital I. As a result, what was scattered multiplicity without coherence, without integrity, becomes a set of ideas that are linked together with an inner coherence. There's a structure and order to your questions and your dialogue and your thinking. And to use that inner coherence of a set of ideas linked together, to grasp it, employs the intelligence. It brings the intelligence into play. And from that, you can gain moments of insight. And the moments of insight reveals a mode of existence of the intelligence that's higher and more profound. And if you reflect on that insight, you will see there is no image of yourself. It's just pure, clear seeing of intelligence. And if you reflect on the fact that there is no image present when you're doing this, it will usher in a dawning realization that the soul is not subject to time. Your soul, in this activity of using understanding in your dialogues, brings in the intelligence, which brings in an openness, which ushers in an insight. And then if you see in that insight there's no image of the self, you'll realize myself is not in time. I've transcended the bonds of time in this very insight. These kinds of experiences prepare your mind for the more penetrating insight into the mode of existence, into its profound way of functioning, and that it has a power that's capable of reaching what is most divine. This activity of the soul, as you shoot these laser beams of questions and dialogue, waking people up from their certainty of beliefs, or catching people open and receptive to self-reflection. Are they open or are they closed? Are they in beliefs or are they in wonder? Either way, this activity of the soul in time, but in the states of mind you experience as you do that, step out of the temporal passing phase of being. You shoot the laser beams, but you yourself, as you shoot them, transcends the physical plane of time and space. You can be functioning while your own soul is out of time. In time, in your functioning, out of time as your mode of existence. Doesn't matter what they're saying or doing. You're outside now. You can invite them to play through these questions, but you're not in groups. You're not in beliefs. It doesn't matter what other people do. Group-based thinking is belief-based thinking. By participating in understanding, you are employing the intelligence that transcends time and space, bringing your soul up to that, realizing you don't need an image of the self. That's something you learnt from childhood and time. So you can be out of time while functioning in time. Beauty to me is truth, respect, integrity, authenticity, and patience. It's not a physical appearance, but a state of being. My soul wants people to be happy, caring, and loving. Why can't you all love each other, silly backers? I shall bonk everyone with a timeout hammer that isolates them into a cocoon in space and time until they wake up. This is the game. What is beauty itself? Is it universal? Is it true? Is that an aspect of pure intelligence? Now, what's interesting is it sounds like what's being described here is now what's curious here is we've been saying, look, these building blocks of understanding, the self of pairs, whole, part, and I hope you're making a list, whole, part, same, different, etc. And the self of excellences, beauty, ousia, justice. And maybe there's a triad as well in there, needed for a mean analogy. We use them as a whole in the discussion, but we can also use them as parts. Meaning, the more we can nail down an understanding of these elements of thought, the more we can organize our dialogues like a laser beam, like Socrates is here. Structured conversation, beneficial. But also, the way these terms, these pairs relate, represent ways of being. For example, we can define Abrahamic believers and all believers, group-based believers, as in conflict between them. I'm supposed to be the same as these other Mormons, but I feel different. I have to accept the limits to be a Mormon, but I want to be free or limitless. I seek knowing in my belief, so I want to be at rest, but I'm not going to be at rest. I'm seeking the restfulness or the completeness of knowledge, but I'm going to be restless. Conflict between the terms. Now, that has given us a model that we can carry with us and see if we can apply it in different areas. One question we've been carrying is, what exactly is the state of mind of understanding? Because we've been talking about the state of mind of knowledge, but, whoops. Here, page 57. Look, this is the quest for all of us, the whole of man and not a part. See, Socrates is saying, look at me use these terms together. Generally, as a whole. Hey, this thing that we've been discovering, this quest of philosophy, is for the whole of man, not just a part, not just some. Okay? Now that you know that there is a structure behind my thinking, let me now apply it to a part of the discussion, believers. The problem with believers is that belief doesn't stand alone. I mean that if one has a belief or has faith in something, then one needs an accompanying feeling or state of mind that attends to it in order to feel secure in that belief. Sacrifice something you love. Kill non-believers. Go on crusades. Struggle to convert someone else. Feel something else and link that feeling to the belief, and then you can know you believe. Therefore, those who seek the certainty of knowing through belief are seeking that state in a transient arena, the physical world of beliefs and opinions. That is incomplete. Therefore, they're always restless in their belief, because true knowledge is an unchanging permanent state. Okay? Rest and motion. But let's go back a little bit. Understanding, knowing, and insight stand apart from such efforts to feel certainty over what's been reached. What are we seeing? It's not certainty of belief. It's an openness. It's a receptivity. It's an effortlessness that guides true understanding and opens us up to insight into knowledge. But also, here's the rub. while belief doesn't have a state of mind and they have to borrow by breaking things, hating on people, criticizing people, killing the non-believers. So they substitute the imitation of cruelty or sadism for what it means to be a good believer, because there's no state of mind and they can't make that requires understanding. However, understanding has its own state of mind and it's known for what it is. We haven't talked about the state of mind of understanding. We've talked about bliss, we just mentioned, of knowing. That's a state of mind, bliss. Unifying with pure beauty in eternity. Bliss. The blissful goal of intelligence beings. But our question is, what is the state of mind of understanding? Well, if what we've been told by the text is, look for analogies and expand them out, we have an analogy. Belief is to understanding. How did we understand the state of mind of believers? Conflict. Conflict between what? The self-logos terms, the terms of understanding. What we're using in the dialogue as a whole, hey Jesus, says Socrates. We have to understand the parts of our teachings and represent us as a whole. For anyone to speak for us. Yes, whole and part, says Jesus. Let's start there. Okay, the second step, let's follow steps of dialogue. I'm going to lead because I know understanding, says Socrates. How are we the same as each other? And then we'll talk about how are we different. Oh, same and different. Okay, whole, part, same. Jesus doesn't know he's following a structure. We can find it. How are we alike each other, Jesus? How are we unlike? Oh, same, different, like, and unlike. Following a structure of the self-logos pairs in the dialogue as a whole. We also used it in a part. Believers, we're using the same terms, but they're identified as in conflict. Your whole is in conflict with you being a part. Your sameness to others is in conflict with you feeling different. Your accepting limitations is in conflict in your soul because you want to be free. Same terms, same logos. Logos understanding is universal. So what? So if that's an analogy to belief is to understanding, and we're not told what the state of mind of understanding is, our job is to therefore find it. Look at how he just described what it means to be in dialogue. Dialogue is the exercise of the cognitive function we call understanding. So as we define beliefs given to us, we have to solve the thing about understanding. How does understanding function? Dialogue. So our question is, what's the state of mind? It creates an openness. Ooh. Say more. It's a freedom and openness. It's a shadow of purity and clarity. Okay. Can we nail it down? Usia movement, reverting on intelligence. Unifies into a oneness. Parts into a whole. Returns to its natural source, intelligence. Takes a scattered multiplicity, many, without coherence and integrity, and becomes a set of ideas linked together with an inner coherence. To grasp that inner coherence brings our intellect into play. That's what we're doing now. We're employing our intellect by looking for an inner coherence in the state of mind of understanding. Here's the thing. When you have an insight, you realize the soul is not in time. Uh-oh. That's a self-repair. From the Parmenides, we get a whole list. Whole, part, same, different, like, unlike. limitless. Motion, rest. What's missing? In time and out of time. These are the 6 main categories of the self-logos given to us in the Parmenides, which he already told us we need to look at if you want to get the dialectic nailed down. Those 6 self-pairs become 12. What's the significance of 12? There are 12 Olympian gods. Therefore, we can use them to mythologically represent the 12 fundamental self-logos terms in the dialectic of Parmenides that we want to master. We want to get these 12 nailed down so we can use them in our loving relationships or to benefit anyone we come in contact with, like we're talking about today. So what? He's already given us. He's given us the state of mind of believers. And that's categorized by conflict. They are in conflict within their soul. And we can extrapolate to in their functioning to others. That's terrible handwriting. And to others. Seen conflict in our world? Who's in charge? The Abrahamic believers. No joke. Now, conflict between what? He gave us a conflict between limit and limitless. Or free. He gave us a conflict between being the same and accepting those limitations as other people, but really you still feel different from all the other crazy Mormons chanting at your church. Different. That state of mind is like the others, but you really feel conflicted. There's a conflict. Unlike. Okay, he's given us those. He said, the method of reading and developing your understanding is looking for patterns and expanding it out. As we've been saying, you're playing Resident Evil, you see a painting with 2 gems in the eyes, and then another one with 2 gems in the eyes, and there's a painting and it's missing the gems. You can expand the pattern to realize there is a question here to solve. That's expanding the analogy. Therefore, you got to go and answer the question by finding those gems and putting it into that painting, and then the next stage opens up. That's how all puzzles work. Establish a pattern, expand the analogy to find the question, and then find the solution. We've got a pattern. So he told us what to do in the book. He told us where to look, the Parmenides. Now, we've already read it, so we're ahead. Which means we have to expand all of these terms to give us a complete understanding of the kind of conflict of what it means to be a believer. For example, we can add in whole and part. Could we say that all believers are supposedly part of a whole group, but they still feel different and apart? Is that a kind of conflict? And he also said, hey, by the way, they seek knowledge, but they are restless. So he gave us this, which means we have to fill in the other term. What's the opposite of restless? Well, that's easy, rest. The more terms we find in the Logos, all we got to do is find that conflict and we can understand even better the state of mind of what it means to be a believer. This conflict between each thing. We had to do this, and we had to do this, and realize this was a clue. And now we've got another thing. Again, if that's the pattern, and now we find a new painting, which is missing any terms. So the new painting is, what color? One. The new painting in the Resident Evil hallway is the state of mind, not of believers, of what we want. Understanding. This is the new way of being for the new age. This is what solves problems. This is what brings harmony. If we want to do what we're here to do, we want to develop this. We want to learn it in a way that we can take it with us in our dreams and in our death and wherever we go, whenever we go. But also, our species needs it too. He told us there is a state of mind, but he didn't give us any clues. So how can we fill it out? Well, we got this. And we know the Parmenides. At least the first hypothesis. In which he runs through all of them to describe what the self is. Now, he says this, look. The activity of the soul, dialogue, the exercise of the cognitive function, not believer, understander, sun's coming up, I'm starting to look a bit washed out, is something that you have an insight that you realize your activity is in time, but your existence is timeless. The activity of the soul, the dialogue of understanding, is in time, but the state of mind, it steps out in that temporal functioning, steps out of temporal passing phase of being into the timelessness of reality. So this is why we can say the soul's activity is in time, but existence is timeless or eternal. He's just given us one, but because we're reading with careful attention, that's all we need, baby. Because we know that we're missing, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're missing the 6th. We get it over here. He gave us the 6th term, but he gave it over here. That is specifically in time and timeless. And the description of the state of mind of understanding is you are at once in time. You are yourself, your soul is timeless. But your functioning is in time. So there is some sort of, what other words can we use? Divine, profound, coherent, beneficial. So some sort of, what are we going to say? Rational, beneficial, open, free, clear, pure. Open, free, clear, pure. Connection between these terms. So we're not in conflict, we are in the greatest kind of harmony, because our soul is in one and our functioning is in the other. And because of that, we can function together rationally, beneficially. So our soul, this side, our soul is open, free, clear, and pure in one side of the logos, and our functioning is rational and beneficial and perfecting in the other. So an ideal connection in being, or the soul, or being and functioning. Let's say being, state of, what was it? State of being? Mode of existence, yes, state of being. Being, or soul, or existence is one in ideal connection or harmony with the other. While believers are in conflict between each of these terms of understanding to define what it means to be this kind of a person, so we don't have to live it out. Because we have understanding, we don't have to go and join the Mormon church and then become a Jew for a while and do Islam for a while. We don't have to do that. We've understood it. Just like a doctor doesn't have to go and get cancer, he understands it. A nutritionalist doesn't go and have to eat terrible food and feel sick. He can understand it and avoid it. He doesn't have to learn the lesson the hard way if you have understanding. That's the significance of the logos. Which means, if we have in time and timeless, and we've been given these other ones over here, our job is to finish the painting or solve the puzzle. Meaning, what would you say? Our soul is what? The same? Our state of existence is the same, but our functioning is to help people go through the conversation of difference. We will always be unlike everyone else in that we are transcending the world of appearances in our state of being, but our functioning makes us like others in dialogue. A harmonious connection between our being unlike while functioning like. Do we have to swap this? Does that mean that we will be different? And that we are transcending the physical in our existence, but our functioning will make us the same as others in dialogue? Or is it the other way around? What else do we got? Our soul can be part of the whole of intelligence, while we can relate to individual souls who are still parts, because that's in time. We will be, as a soul, or our being will be at rest while we can still function in motion as a harmonious connection between the two. A harmonious connection between the two. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're missing one. Limit. We will feel free and limitless with our soul recognizing itself free of images, unlimited by images, as the whole, outside of time, different and unlike everything else in time, completely itself and at rest in eternity, free or limitless, while relating through dialogues, which is a series of limits in words, or addressing the limits of people by addressing their false beliefs in functioning. Therefore, our question we've been carrying for a few episodes, what's the state of mind of understanding that we're after? Is it this? Some sort of harmonious connection between the whole, motionless, free or limitless, unique, different than anything else, transcendent, unlike everything else. And while having that as our way of being, functioning harmoniously with people who are parts, people who are in motion in their development, people facing their false beliefs or limits. And in conversation, we can be like them or the same as them, encouraging them to be like us, unifying and becoming the same themselves. Therefore, our state of being is timeless when we have that insight and we recognize that insight experience was free of our pathologo self-image. Therefore, our functioning can be in time in having these dialogues through understanding, which is simply just using these things anyway, just in dialogue, as Socrates has been doing this whole text. But we awaken a state of being or a state of mind that is both timeless, free, whole, unique, complete at rest, while able to harmoniously, beneficially, ideally, rationally, in a perfecting or artful way, relate to all of the other sides of the self-logos in time. What would that state of mind be like? Just as we understood the state of existence of conflict, would we be harmonious? Would we be beneficial, providential, balanced, open, free, clear and pure on one side while benefiting and perfecting in a rational way on the other? So if their state of mind was marked by the relationship between the same terms, and we have the same terms, then the difference between the state of mind of our problems, our savage caveman past belief, and our sage purpose, highest function or excellence, same terms, it's simply the relationship. That marks the state of being or state of mind or feeling. Believers are always in conflict, whereas understanders are always what? I don't know. But we do know this. It is one part there in being or existence or soul, and one part here in functioning. So we know that they're two different things, but we haven't got in the text a description for what it feels like, which is simply the relationship. The only difference is the relationship. Are you in conflict? Or are you what? So, we haven't got an answer to the state of mind of the new way of being or understanding, but we do know what we're looking for. It is some word that describes the relationship between our way of being and functioning. I've speculated a few things, but still not there yet, are we? But we know what to look for. Isn't that neat? Oh, well, how exciting. Oh, amazing. Like The Dream Master. Hey. Does the Dream Master relate to us as parts? But is the Dream Master the whole of intelligence? Are we in motion in our everyday problems, but would the Dream Master be outside of that at rest? Is the pure intelligence and providential function... Oh! Is the intelligence of the Dream Master timeless, but is its functioning by giving us dreams in time beneficial and providential? Oh... So we know what we're looking for in terms of understanding, but also we might have a model. Whatever that state of mind of the Dream Master seems to match the state of being of understanding. Ooh. Is the Dream Master completely free but addresses our limits? Does the Dream Master encourage us to be the same as it while being transcendent and unique? Ooh, we're getting closer to discovering the feeling state of mind of what it means to be in understanding, which is our next stage of evolution and the meaning of what we're here for, people. We're getting close. Let's finish up this section. Actually, no. It'd be fun to read the chorus next time because we can have fun with them. Let's finish this. Actually, let's do it. So Socrates says, yes, Aristotle did close the door. It's to open it is difficult yet simple. Those we call deniers deny the role of the mind. Paul and Aristotle are the deniers who created alternative systems to avoid the teachings of their teachers. As for Mark, he rejects Paul the denier, so we can call Mark the denier of the denier. Socrates, you are among the noblest and wisest of teachers, and you know that your words were left to other interpreters who should have first experienced these sacred things before proclaiming what they thought was true. Right. So we have Paul who denies Jesus. We have Mark who denies him. We're left without the original teachings of Jesus. We have we have Plato who only gets a part of Socrates, some of the philosophy to the realm of being, and knows that there's another state beyond it. Doesn't write about it, keeps it to himself. And we have Aristotle, the denier of Plato and Socrates. So as Paul denies Jesus, Aristotle denies Socrates. But we have Mark that does okay, and we have Plato that does even better for Socrates. And we have Dr. Grimes, who has given us a puzzle. What is the state of mind we're looking for as a mark of what it means to understand? So that we can also recognize whenever we are different from it in that conflict, which means we are in our pathologos, so we don't play into it. We can step back and say, oh, I know that. That's to do with an image of the self, and I know the way of understanding is a way of being without an image of the self. And I know what it feels like, so I can hold on to that state. Continue to develop from that free, open, clear, pure, providentially functioning state of being called love of understanding. We're getting closer to our goal. Exciting stuff. Thank you again for joining me. Thank you for the chatters who are following along in Twitch and on YouTube. If you like to subscribe to the join the Discord, you'll get a notification when we go live. You can find the link to the PDF of the text below. and you can donate to the channel if you want to buy me a coffee. Thank you again for joining me, and I will see you in the next one. I'm so sleepy. I'm so sleepy. I need to sleep. Thank you. See you, Reeve.